Hey everyone, how are y'all? Hey Jay Clark, how are you? No way, how are you? Hey Libra Moon, how are you? Alright. I'll make sure that your chat is on live chat and that you hit the thumbs up on the way in. And also, I have a link to a video pinned at the top of the chat that Vapor did over the weekend for Kylie Rodney. Y'all should really go check that out. Hey Deb, how are you? Candy with the C, how are you? Hey Clobug. Stevie, how are you? And Stevie, did I know that you had a channel? Candy, I'm doing good, thank you. Hey, teacher Chana, how are you? Illusions, how are you? Hey, Evie. Tech Death, how are you? Oh, God, that was loud. Hey, Philip, how are you tonight? Elbow, how are you? All right, y'all. I just dropped Stevie's link in the chat. You also go sub up. Hey, Emily, how are you? Y'all, I forgot my command there for a second. Philip, I'm doing good, thank you. Libra Moon, I fell asleep. I was sitting over here on my computer and I was doing something. And I got up to go do something else. I lay down on the bed for like 5 minutes and I was out. Hey, Angie, how are you? Just on, how are you? Excuse me. Hey, Avion. We talked about the identification card BK had wrapped in a sock in a box. Oh, you're talking about the IDs that he had in a glove in a box? I hadn't really went in depth on it. I think it was uh, Dateline, I believe, said that they were, or somebody said that they had heard that they belonged to somebody at the house, but that's never been confirmed. KK, how are you? Hey, Rock Chalk, how are you? So I don't really know if the IDs belong to anyone, and that'll be something that we won't find out until the trial. MLS, how are you? Uh, I watched MLS. I watched one of his videos today. I don't know if it was from today though, but I did watch one. KK, I am doing good, thank you. Yeah, I mean he's saying what a lot of people are saying, honestly. Hey, Courtney. Let's see, I witnessed seeing a car matching BK description leaving King Road home. No, just on. I haven't seen that. Renee, how are you? Hey, Joey, how are you? Eliza, how are you? Illusions, yes, it is. Hey, Kent, how are you? Yeah, let me grab. Hold on, I gotta find MLS's comment so I can go grab his link as well. 2 seconds, y'all. Hey, Mountain Mama, how are you? Richie, how are you? Adjusted Fate, how are you tonight? All right, so I just dropped MLS Law Show's channel link. Y'all should go check him out. All right, and then if anybody wants to grab the link and come up on panel, you're more than welcome to. Hey, V Sims, how are you? Oh, Snap Sharon, how are you? And Kent, don't feel bad. Everybody's confused by this case. There's so much craziness in it, honestly. Hey, Lori. MLS, you're very welcome. Sweet Misery, how are you? Vapor's not confused at all. Hey, Vaughn, how are you? Sally Mae, how are you? Hey, Anita, how are you? Craziness was last night. Almost had to start drawing eyebrows on people. Vapor, I know you're serious. Just on, I just realized what the rest of her name said. Anita, thank you for joining us. And Sally Mae, if you find out where you were talking earlier about the second, was it the second witness or whatever, can you email it to me? Hey, OCD Shaggy, how are you? Sweet Misery, you don't see a link for what? For panel, or I did drop MLS's channel link a minute ago. Oh, panel, hold on. I'll grab it for you again. Okay, Michelle. See, somebody in chat said that it was based off of some article and then they left. Oh, well, shit. I'm gonna have to see if I can find the article then. Hey, H Town Finest, how are you? Max, how are you? Almost to this.
Hello,
Hey, how are you?
I'm great. Hello, chat. Hello, Ashton. Hey, guess what? I went to the cardiologist today.
What do you say?
He said my EKG shows that I could possibly have had a heart attack in the past, and I have to do the monitor thing you had.
Uh huh.
The one you said aggravated the crap out of you and you
Yeah,
hate it too
the
much.
Halter monitor, yes.
Not the 24-hour one.
Yes. Well, I had mine for 48, but yeah.
Oh, is it for palpitations?
Um, every time you have an issue or you feel something weird or you get out of breath, heart races, anything like that, there should be a button that you're supposed to push to mark it, and then that way they can check it out. So yeah, every time I had like fast heartbeat, palpitations, anything like that, I hit the little button.
Because she told me I needed to do the monitor for the palpitations.
Yeah, I mean that's what it's for as well. Until you, it's gonna aggravate the hell out of you. I'm just giving you a fair warning.
So then, as soon as she said it, you came in my mind. I was like, shit.
Yep.
And then
Yep.
I have to go do the treadmill stress test
Mhm.
and echocardiogram
Yeah.
and ultrasound on my heart. And now, before I left, she said I needed one on my neck because when they did the blood pressure standing, sitting, and lying, when I
Mhm.
did the one standing up, my blood pressure didn't go up at all. It stayed the same. So she wants to check my neck for blockage. So
Oh
I
God.
know that this is all just preliminary, that they
Right.
need a base start. So I know that you guys, I know nothing's wrong with my heart. This is just safety precautions to have a baseline for something, if something was to happen, but we already know that my heart is healthy, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
You got to be positive.
I wanted to come up and tell you about the monitor because whenever she told me that, I was like, oh man. I thought about you and how
Yeah.
you bitched about it.
Yeah, I literally I hated the thing. I itched the whole time from the little pads on it, and they should give you extra pads. If one of them comes off, you can change it. You just have to like if more than one comes off, only change one at a time, because if not, you're gonna get your wires all mixed up, and you're gonna forget where that wire is supposed to go.
Oh my God, how many wires do they have? Is
7, I believe it
like,
is.
oh wow. It like is the little patches like the EKG patches like that?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you gonna think, oh, okay, just what?
When- I get it July 14th. I mean August 14th, okay? I'm gonna let you
So
know when I get it.
So you only have to wear it for 24 hours?
Yes, thank you, Jesus.
Girl, you lucky. I had to wear that shit for 48 hours. Oh my god.
Hi,
Sal,
MB.
MB, how are you?
Yeah, yeah. Hey, Scarlett. Hey, Sweet Misery. Hello. I'm good.
Uh, all right, and Christy Sally Mae said to tell Sweet Misery there's a newer version with a clip, but not sure what she needs. Oh, with a chip. I don't know why I said clip, Lord. I don't know. Hopefully yours won't be as bad as mine.
Where does it stay at? Over your shoulder?
No, mine had a little clip on it that you can, because I wear leggings all the time, so they're probably gonna tell you like just stuff it down
Oh,
like
you
on
on
the,
your pants.
yeah, just like right inside your pants,
Oh, okay.
and it'll go. The wires will go into your shirt. Hey, Bianca.
Oh, okay. So, is that what Sally Mae's talking about with the clip?
No, she said chip. I read chip
Oh,
as clip. Yeah, it's
oh.
you have to excuse me tonight.
How are you feeling with your allergies?
They're still bothering me, but that ain't nothing new. It's hot as hell here. Can't breathe when you go outside.
How hot has
We
it
had
been? It's only
crazy
one
rain.
It was
here.
104 here today.
Oh man.
It's hot.
Yeah, it's hotter over there than it is in the desert over here. It was one.
Hmm. Yeah, it's hot. Somebody else. Hold on, let me go back up.
And then all the moisture and humidity y'all have. Oh my God, y'all
Hmm.
sweat buckshots over there.
Yep.
I
I,
I hate the humidity here.
yep, we have it bad down here. Somebody just said, I gotta go back and find it, but oh, Sally Mae says she's praying for you.
Thank you, Sally Mae. I love you so much. She's the sweetest.
And
And
somebody else
Michelle.
said that they were praying for you, but I'm trying to go back up in the chat. Kent
I
said in my
wasn't.
prayers.
Thank y'all so much. I wasn't looking at chat. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I absolutely accept
Yeah,
prayers.
there are so many sweet people here in the chat.
Yes,
I like
Heaven
this chat.
Stars, please email that to me because I have not seen the newest. She said there's a newest virtual walkthrough of the King Street house. It really gives me perspective of the layout. Would you like me to email it to you? I have not seen it.
Oh, yeah, that would be cool to look at.
Yeah, because the only one that I've seen is that one that I had up the other night. And then somebody said something about uh, no, Sally Mae, I think, said something about a new alibi or something that Brian was supposed to provide it. And then somebody else said, I think today something about a new eyewitness or something.
What?
Yeah, I don't know. There wasn't any new documents that come out.
How
And
would they know that? I don't know,
I don't know.
Max. I don't know what I have right now.
Hey, Pamela.
Thank you, Glowbug. How would they know that though if no documents came out?
It, I don't know. Unless somebody's leaking something, if it's true. So you kind of just have to take it with a grain of salt until there's confirmation of it, honestly.
Yeah, that's right. All the crap going around right now and
Mm-hmm.
trolls trying to be relevant in the situation. Gigi, I hope you feel better, honey.
Oh, Gigi's allergies are bad and she's got a killer headache. Gigi, don't feel bad, honey. I know.
Scarlett
I,
said, I got you. I
Mm,
know.
Full.
yes.
Oh, sorry. Really quick. Full disclosure. I'm gonna have to drop out kind of soon, and I'll be back.
Okay, just let me know and I'll drop the link for you.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Cool.
Bye.
See, how do I not know your email? Oh, hold on. Um, Candy, and I'll put it in chat for you.
Sally Mae says legendary CEO said it was based on an article but didn't know where.
Yeah, I'm
I
gonna
don't
have to
know.
go back and try to find the article.
Hey, Ashton.
Yeah, it's Candy. Usually, I have my um, email pinned at the top of the chat, but tonight I pinned the Kylie tribute video that Vapor had done for her. Okay, let's see. Thank you, Heaven Stars. Let me grab it real quick. And if y'all haven't checked out that video, like I said, the link is pinned at the top of the chat. Y'all should go check it out.
And if you didn't hit the like button, how about you do it? Scarlett
Yeah,
appreciates it.
yeah, 'cause it only shows we only had 56 likes so far. Hey, William, how are you?
I know I was 40
Like
something.
likes help the algorithm. So do comments after the fact.
That is
Yes,
true.
and do you know good? I mean, thumbs up and thumbs down actually gets you in the algorithm too. It doesn't matter what button they push, as long as they push a button.
Right. Hey, Eric, how are you? Okay. I have seen, well, I don't know if I've seen this one. I've seen one on this website, but I have not seen, let me go back to the very beginning and pull it up. Let's see, I know
Where's
for this,
everybody at?
and I'm pleading with the court. I will not think anything about a fact or a new witness or no joke. There are jokes that people take serious and unsupported speculation. MSL, that is true.
Yeah, that's why I was like, where did it come from?
Exactly. Hey, Princess Megan. Like I said, if it don't come out in some type of confirmation through documents or something, you just take it with a grain of salt. Okay.
I think everyone's having a lot of internet out. Oh, sorry, John.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Uh, I was just saying, I think that there's a lot of internet outages right now. I mean, we almost lost power, and I'm here in Maryland, so
Oh
there
yeah,
has to be a bunch.
someone in Tennessee commented on my live and said that they didn't have power since like 3 o'clock.
Wow.
Yeah,
Is it
bad
like
storms.
bad storm? Oh, okay.
Roofs come off and everything. She said it was really bad.
Is it
That's
anybody on
definitely what's
our
going
chat?
on. I'm sure. I
No.
mean, yeah.
Oh, okay.
No?
All
Well,
right. Because I know that Willie had sent me a message and said that he's got to get up early in the morning, so he won't be able to make it tonight. And then Big Al said he didn't know if he was going to make it tonight, and if he did, it would be later. So I didn't know. Uh, hey, Echo, how are you? Paula, how are you? I didn't know about any bad storms going on over that way, though.
Me either, so she commented on it.
Let's see. No way said no power for me for 4 hours in North Carolina. Oh my God.
yeah, they're all over the East Coast, especially the Carolinas.
Dang, so Carolinas and Tennessee, aren't
Yeah,
they?
Okay.
yeah, the East Coast.
Let's see. My 6 kids' mom said we have storms come through today. Had no power from 10 a.m. till after 4 p.m.
Where are you, my 6 kids, mom?
I'm right here.
Oh, is that you?
No, that's
No, it's
Candy.
me. It's Candy.
She's
Oh,
she's another fellow Louisianian.
who?
Candy.
Candy.
Oh,
And the Carolinas and Tennessee need to share their rain.
and
Okay.
All right,
Arkansas.
go. Go on, Scarlett, with it. You're about to show something.
No, that was Candy. Candy, what was you gonna say?
Oh, I thought you had something. You have something on screen. Oh, sorry, Candy.
Oh, I was just saying Tennessee and the Carolinas need to share their rain.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry, Candy. I didn't even see anyone on panel because I had the chat on, so thought they were talking about you in the chat. I didn't see you up here. Hello. Hi,
Hey,
Riddler.
how are you? Hey, Riddler.
I'm
Riddler, how
good.
are you?
Hi, everybody.
Hey, Brooklyn. Brooklyn says she's from Texas, but she's on vacation in Florida.
How's the weather?
Hey, Florida.
According to Riddler, Riddler said in chat a minute ago, it's hot as hell.
Oh man, I would be going
90.
to the
It was 98 here today, and the feel like was about 112.
That's it.
That's it.
It was 104 here today, and I didn't even want to look at the heat index.
It was 104 here in South Louisiana, and the heat index was like 111 or 112.
Where are you from in South Louisiana?
Lake Charles.
Oh, Southwest. Okay. I'm from
Yeah.
Southeast. Well, South
Oh, okay.
Central.
Like Lafayette, Baton Rouge.
No further, south end. Yeah, I live in Homa, all the way at the bottom.
Oh,
See, we
Yeah.
always get the Atlantic Ocean breeze. That's cool air.
Mm-hmm.
Those of you on the Gulf State are getting the devil's breath because that Gulf
Yes.
water is so hot.
That Gulf
that
water
and
is on fire.
there's a
Isn't
hive
it like
sitting right over us, and it's not moving, so that's stopping the rain from coming.
Yep.
Riller, is that true about the Gulf being 100 degrees plus?
Oh,
Somewhere over.
I'm sure it's hot in that Gulf.
Yeah, it's. I seen that on. Is it Ron Hall's channel the other day? He was talking about how hot the Gulf is right now. So if there any hurricanes come into the Gulf, we're screwed.
Yeah,
The
they're
Gulf
gonna
is
blow up.
Y'all screwed. The hurricane's gonna be Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, the whole freaking Gulf Coast long.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna
If
wipe us
something
out.
happens
Well,
to the Gulf.
that's if the clouds and the formation can get in there. There's a big wind shear out in the Atlantic that's blowing those storms coming off of the African coast.
Mm-hmm.
It's blowing them and steering them back up north where they'll go into England.
Well, hopefully
Um,
they don't hit anybody.
how long will it stay there though, Riddler?
Well, as long as that El Nino stays where it's at, it's going to
Uh,
be this way until fall. What you're seeing now is
so
going
it's
to be like this
God.
till fall, unless that El Nino moves.
El
well,
Nino is
that's
supposed to start lifting in the next 3 to 4 weeks.
Well, there's your answer.
I'm a
thank
weather junkie. Sorry, I'm a nerd.
Now, I mean, if you're from the South, especially along the Gulf Coast or whatever, as soon as hurricane season hits, you start watching the weather.
I do still, and I'm in Arizona, and I have family there still, so.
Mm-hmm.
Well, see, even here in Florida, we have what's like a hurricane tax-free season,
Mm-hmm.
and you can buy like batteries, generators, there's certain things you can buy that are tax-free just for about a week or so, but it's to get you prepared for the hurricane season.
That is so cool. I wish Louisiana did that. They just
You
sell
might
us.
not wish that.
They did at
I
times.
I've had
2 weeks ago.
like
Sorry, go ahead.
I've, I've had coworkers that have had family in Florida, and they're like trying to get their parents out, and they won't leave. So like having that option might not be great for some people, because like there's some hard-headed people there in Florida, in my opinion. I'm sorry, Riddler. I don't mean anything by that, but there are. They don't want to leave.
Yeah, I don't leave. Not unless I see a number 4 coming or 3 coming head on, then I'm saying I'm out of here.
There's people in South Louisiana that don't leave. They ride them out.
They don't leave for a 5.
Well, Dan, thank you so much for the super chat. And Dan said, I live just north of Tampa, and the waters are insane.
See, if
All right, I'm gonna drop out, guys.
Okay.
I'll be back later. Probably.
Okay.
if you live in one of these hurricane what I call alleys, all these coastal cities, every one of those local news weather meteorologists has that storm coming right at you, and get prepared. And it's wolf, and we've had so many of them. Now people just say, I'm not going anywhere. But we've seen the world's I'll never forget it. It was the largest non-military mobility in the United States. There was a hurricane off the coast, and it was right after Andrew. And I can't remember the name. I want to say it was something like Floyd or Francis, one of those.
Floyd.
It was a huge one, and it came up the coast, and I mean everybody in Florida was heading north. It would normally take like 6 hours to get from Miami to Jacksonville, 5 to 6. Well, it was taking like 12 to 18 hours.
I got something better for Laura and Delta in 2020. I don't remember if it was Laura or Delta because that was just a big cluster of evacuating.
Yeah.
But no, I think it was the second storm because a lot of people didn't take the first one serious. So for the second one, I had some friends that were trying to come meet us, and we were in Dallas. And I am about 30 minutes from the Gulf and also about 30 minutes from the Texas state line. it was taking 18 hours to get from Lake Charles to the Texas state line, unless you
Oh,
took back roads.
are you serious?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dead
Yes.
serious.
Yeah, I
30
live right
minutes.
on the hurricane evacuation route. Yeah, it takes that long, especially coming up the interstates and all that. They're bumper to bumper, 5 miles an hour.
Oh, I
So
know.
every
I see y'all on TV because I don't evacuate. I was in Idaho with Category 4 with Category 5 winds. It was bad.
Hmm.
so when everybody in Florida went up to Georgia, now it looks like the hurricane's going to hit Georgia. So now everybody in Georgia
Mm-hmm.
goes up to the Carolinas, and
I think.
everybody from Florida is up there. So that's what made it the largest mobility. Everybody kept moving, and where they all end up settling, that's where the hurricane hit. It
Oh
was up.
my
Yep.
goodness.
Yeah, it can get bad.
I know. I
I'm
remember
sorry.
Katrina and Rita.
Hmm.
I remember watching all these poor people that were like stuck on the interstate, and it was starting to flood on I-10 for
Mm.
Katrina. We were watching them in New Orleans, and before I knew it, we were having to evacuate for Katrina. Actually, my house from Katrina is buried in my backyard where I live now.
Oh my goodness. Did you get damage from Laura?
I did, and
Is
it
that?
was a brand new house. I had just paid my fourth house note on it.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
I know a lot
Laura
of
was
people.
bad
Yeah, I know the West Coast, the West Side was like, what about us? Y'all forgetting about us?
because the eye of Laura came straight over us and didn't
Yeah,
start it right back up.
we got the north winds from Laura and the south winds from Delta. Our awning in the backyard, half of it had ripped off, and for the first hurricane was in the field across the street, and it's a bunch of trees, so we couldn't find it for days. And then for the Delta, the other side of the awning was in our neighbor's backyard.
Mhm.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
For Hurricane Andrew, I was a child. I think I was like in 8th grade or something like that. And maybe I was younger than that. Anyway, we had a in-ground underground pool in the backyard and a shed. Those, back in the day, those little sheds with, those little aluminum sheds or whatever back in the day. So we had that. And when Hurricane Andrew came, a tornado hit in our backyard and it mangled the shed into the swimming pool, which was just inches from the house.
Yeah, people don't get how bad they are.
well, the house that's buried in my backyard from Rita, we had one of them little $400 pool. I say little, but it was, about 4 foot, 4.5 foot, and it was one of the widest ones that you could get. And we came back, and that pool was still standing perfect, and our roof was floating in it. I
Oh wow.
was like, I'm just gonna get one of those $400 pools and just camp out underneath it.
Well, what made Katrina so bad in New Orleans? Because the bigger
The
part of the
levees.
storm, yeah, the levees, because the bigger part of that storm impacted Mississippi.
Yep.
But New Orleans got all the talk because politicians didn't repair the levees like they should have.
It was a barge that hit the levee.
Well, whatever happened, who knows? They didn't. They didn't have because they got the proper levees in now.
Yeah.
Hopefully,
Yeah.
anyway.
Dang, that was something else. Cause we just got winds from Katrina where I like, bad winds and we didn't get any rain at all.
Yeah,
And we were on the west side of
The,
it.
the
we
worst
didn't get none of
hurricane
it.
had to be what was it, Dorian, that just camped out on top of the Bahamas, number 5 winds, wouldn't
Oh
move,
my.
just stayed right there and kept spinning back and forth with 200 and 180 mile an hour winds.
Holy crap. Did you see what William Tardy said? My mom and dad had a house in Diamond Head that had an elevator. Katrina destroyed the house and put the elevator in a tree.
Yeah,
I
the water does
believe
the
it.
most. Yeah, the water does the most damage. 30. You got a surge of 30 feet high coming in. Yeah, you're gonna knock homes over.
Yeah.
Just go look at Panama City over in that area when Michael went through there. That was a number 5, and it went right into what was the name of the Destin Beach and all in that area.
Hmm.
Tore it up. They tore Tyndall Air Force Base up. Now they're going to rebuild it.
Yeah, we have a condo in Destin. That was bad.
Avery, you're going through Catherine Ramsland's book. Is that what it is? Somebody just asked if she was in here. They wanted to hear what her. Now I gotta find the comment. Okay, yeah, it's her book. Hmm.
Max Smith, I pray for your son if he's a firefighter fighting fires like
Uh,
wildfire.
did you see what Max put in chat just a few minutes ago? That his son lost two friends. Was it Max? Was it? It was in a helicopter crash, right? They were fighting the fires.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, he put that in chat just a few minutes ago. Dan, thank you so much for that super chat. Dan says, "Hide from the wind and run from the water."
That's right.
I mean, yeah, but there's the y'all just don't understand. There is people in South Louisiana that will ride it out like they
Yep,
ain't
I
scared
know.
of it.
Like I told you, I was in Ida and there was Hurricane 5 winds down there.
Yeah,
I will not ride it out unless it's a tropical storm or a 1 or a 2. If it's
yeah.
a 2 and it's moving slow, I will still leave. I'll just go a little bit up north.
Mm-hmm.
Next
Yeah,
time I'm just
Max.
gonna go to your house, Scarlett.
How'd
Hurricane
you like to
warning.
fly
That's
through
fine.
one? How'd you like to fly through one?
Oh,
Oh, I would love to be one of them.
y'all
The
are crazy.
recon craft. I would
Y'all are
love
crazy.
that because it could be a 200 mile per hour winds, and that plane is not moving. I
Uh-uh.
would love to be on one of them planes.
Well, they came to me one day and they were going through, I want to say Mitchell and Gilbert. And those were like two of the most powerful ever on Earth at that time. And they landed at our base to get some rest and to get some fuel. And they said, "You want to ride with us? We're going through." It was a number five at that time. And I told them, "Hell no!"
Oh, I'm
And
so jealous.
but see, they're used. Well, see, our fighter pilots, and so is airliners. If they go through the jet stream, that's 150-mile-an-hour winds, and they like to use that as a tailwind when they're coming from the west to the east. They want to catch that, and it pushes them.
Sally Mae, thank you so much for gifting us memberships. That was very nice of you. And Max said that it was, hold on, I got to go back, a mid-air helicopter crash.
Oh, that's the one that they collided in the air. Oh no, man. I read about that. Well, I just read the headline.
Yeah, I didn't know anything about it until Max came in and said that it was two of them that passed away was his son's friends. That is very sad. Yes, Lieberman, let me get through this real quick, y'all. I'm going to hide y'all on the panel. All right. These are new. Oh, that's a video. I have to watch the video first because I don't know if it has music on it. See, the other one that was on this website, I don't think they had all of these pictures on it. Or I don't remember these pictures on the very first of it. Okay, Gigi. Okay. I thought there might be one though. No, that's still the back. Maybe it's this one. I thought there would have been one that you can see the people, inside the window right there. Uh, the uh, the crime scene people. I need to find that video. Let's see what it says. Okay, there's just all the resources. See, they didn't have this on it either, where it shows where everyone was at, like the layout or whatever. Okay. All right. It did have all these. Okay, so oh shoot, hold on. Heaven Stars, thank you so much for the super chat. She said, okay, so there is no music. Okay, thank you, Heaven Stars. All right, so let me go back to that one then, and I'll play the video real quick. Oh, it's just pictures. Okay. Yeah, that is a sad sight right there. All those kids, cars just sitting there. Hey, Woods, how are you? Let's see. Dan says, so I heard they were going to tear it down before the trial. Dan, have they came out with something else? Because uh, a few weeks ago they said that they were going to wait until after the trial to tear it down.
Yeah, that's the last I heard as well.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything else about it since then. Kent, thank you for that information.
Did y'all see that Kaylee's parents paid off her Range Rover and they kept it?
I did see that they kept it on her birthday. Chanley Painter was riding with Mr. Gonzalez when they were doing the pay it forward thing, going to like the different restaurants and stuff like that around town. And they were in her Range Rover.
Thought that was
Excuse me.
sweet.
I'm sorry, excuse me, Scarlett. Where is the Gonzalez family from?
It's around the Coeur d'Alene area. Is it Ralstrom? I believe is the place.
Idaho?
Huh?
In Idaho?
Yeah, in northern Idaho.
Oh, never mind. When I went to the heart doctor today, one of the doctors was Gonzalez.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on, Avery. Hold on, I gotta exit off this. I'll be done. Clicked on something.
Every time I see Avery, I think of spaghetti.
Why?
That's a new one.
Because
Avery.
that one night she was like, I just ate a bowl of spaghetti, y'all. Should I eat another bowl?
Uh,
Oh, okay. I remember that. The pic is from the day. I don't know if it's from the day after or not, Liza, but just the sight of all the kids' cars just sitting there. It's a very sad picture. Avery, how are you?
Hi, I'm good. How's everybody?
Doing good.
I was,
Craving spaghetti.
hey, Avery.
ooh, that's not spaghetti sounds good. I was watching I was watching the chat and so I figured I'd come up here because I've seen people were asking about me going through Kathleen Ramsland's book,
Mm-hmm.
and I've seen people were talking about the Alabama brawl. I was like, oh, I want the first thing I wanted to ask is was Kaylee's Range Rover, was it brand new?
No, it was used.
2015 or 2016.
Okay, okay. I was just I was just curious because when he was driving it in that video with Chanley Painter, I thought it was one of the newer ones. It looked
Okay.
like it was a newer one, so maybe they just hadn't changed much.
I want to say it's a 2015 or 2016. I
Well,
can't remember which one.
even at that, it's still like like a $30,000 vehicle, so that's
Right.
still pretty good for a girl her age to have gotten that
Mm-hmm.
on her own. No, I guess no. I think her parents said she got it all on her own, no cosigner or anything like that.
Okay, Crom Sleuth said it's a 2017.
Oh, okay. So probably 35,000, maybe closer even to 40. It's still really good though.
Right. Hey,
Wait, she
Tracy.
Um,
got the car was
but
in her
so
name.
it's
The
gonna
loan
take
was
me
in
a
her name.
while because Catherine Ramsland has a lot of books, a
Mm-hmm.
lot. I didn't realize how many books she had written, but I was looking to see which ones she gives to her students to read because there are certain ones that she has her students read. So I was looking for that list and I actually found two different lists. And so there's one book and it's called Revisiting a Triple Homicide. And in that book, it talks about this guy who he unalived three people. It was a boy and two girls. Um, they were older teenagers. He actually transported them in his vehicle and dumped them. but there was absolutely no DNA found in his car. And it goes into depth about how he got all that DNA out of his car. And so then I was like, well, dang, let me look and see if there's any more of her books that might tie into, the elements of the crime. Can you guys still hear me?
Yes.
Okay. And so then there's another book, and I believe it is called Inside the Mind of a Serial Killer, but don't quote me because I've been going through many, many books.
Oh,
And
wait. That's the one about BTK, ain't it?
it might,
Yep.
Yeah.
okay, one of them, now, okay, so I may have the wrong name then. But one of them has a story in it where the knife sheath was left in the situation. And so I've been marking different things and Googling, because I really don't want to read every one of her books from beginning to end. I'm just trying to find links. And so I had told Melissa Jade yesterday, whenever I get it done, and get a list made up, I'll email it to you guys, to you and her, just to see. I mean, I could be way off base, but I don't know. I just felt like somebody should look through her books and see if maybe he got some of his ideas from her books.
Because I do remember hearing that was one of the assignments that she did to her students is to read the book about BTK. And I
Well,
believe
I seen a list on her curriculum, and she gives usually, it looks to me like 5 to 7 books to read of hers.
okay. Well, I don't know. Maybe the one about BTK was just on there because of it being BTK or whatever.
Right.
Why? Okay, there. My chat got stuck. Um, but I haven't heard about any of the other ones though.
I had just got to thinking, maybe he just became so infatuated from studying underneath her, even though it was virtual. He, maybe reading through her books put his mind into a whole other, in a whole nother mindset where he wanted to actually act something out. And so I was just looking, but it may be nothing. It may be a nothing burger.
I mean, it won't hurt to look though, because she
Yeah,
might end up finding something in there.
yeah. And I've seen people in the chat talking about the Alabama brawl, and I just wanted to tell you guys, I swear, between Carly Russell and now this Alabama brawl, like I don't even want to tell people I live here. Embarrassing. And the funniest thing is we were one street over from where basically there's like when you come up off of that river walk, then there's a boardwalk. That's where you go to sit and watch like the concerts and fireplaces. And then there's like they call it like a riverway, and it goes up onto like this main street, and it's just bar after bar after bar. And then the next block over is the Renaissance, and that's where Donald Trump came this weekend for his rally.
Mm-hmm.
And so my ex-husband, the rednecky one, they're at the lake like every weekend, and as soon as I heard, that it was a group of white men, and that there was a lady that was a teacher, because my daughter's a teacher, I was zooming in on those videos looking to see if it was my own damn kin.
Oh Lord.
But I mean, even if it was like their ex kin, so like it kind of wouldn't count.
Mm.
But that was just, I knew it was going to happen. Like I knew it was going to happen. But they didn't show everything on the videos that you guys have seen, and all the white people that you've seen that jumped on the white security guard, every last one of them got their butts whooped in the end. Just so you guys know.
Yeah, I watched. I was scrolling through Twitter while I was gone today, and seen a little bit of it, but I haven't got to like go into like the whole story and all that. So I'm gonna check it out later on. See what
Oh,
it's all about.
it got really bad, and they already had Secret Service there because Trump was there.
Mm.
They already had or at least I think, yeah, it was this past weekend that he was there, or maybe it's the 13th.
Oh, I have no idea.
But they're all pumped up, for the rally, and that's really what it kind of
Yeah.
what it boiled down to. But
Uh, no, Kim, I haven't seen the new tattoo. Do you have a picture of it that you can email to me? She asked if I seen KG's new tattoo.
KG, okay,
Uh, uh,
Haley.
Chri- Christy. Kim, are
Oh,
you talking about Christy Gonzalez? Okay, I guess she's gonna email me a picture.
She
Hey
spells her
guys,
name
I'm sorry. I'm
fine.
sorry. I'm
Yes.
so sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm gonna go hop in the shower and I'll be back.
Okay, just let me know and I'll drop the link back out for you.
Hi.
Okay, then.
All
Bye,
right.
y'all. I'll be back.
Okay.
All right, bye.
So, Avery, someone in chat said, is it possible that the page from the book that he had was maybe from one of her books?
That's what I've been wondering. It's just one of the things that kept crossing my mind because he obviously had to purchase her books, for his courses. So I've been wondering, and that's one of the things I've been trying to do. So the ones that I can download, the Kindle version, I'm like going straight to page 118 to look and see what I can see. But she has so many books, y'all, so many books, like overkill.
Teacher Shauna said, check all the 118s, all the page 118s in all the
Hmm.
books.
Yeah. Ask
Because
her,
it's
ask her.
weird, like they didn't tell what the name of the book was, just that it was an
Yeah.
underlining. Wasn't it an underlining on page 118? Was that it?
Yes. Whoever made that comment, ask her if she wants to help me because she wrote a ton of books.
It was Teacher Shauna is the one
Teacher
that.
Shauna, yeah, you should help me because it's a ton of books. It is really a lot.
Avery, send me some and I'll help you. What's that?
Okay, I will. Without a doubt, I will.
Hold on, y'all. I gotta make sure. Hold on. I need to mute for just 1 second.
Riller.
Yes.
Oh, hi,
Bye.
Riddler. I can't even see you.
Okay. Let's see. You can click on things on the floor walls. Okay, yeah. This one, Heaven Stars, is like the other one. It just has, I think, more stuff added to it that you can click
November
on.
13, 2022, at approximately 4 p.m., Moscow Police Department Sergeant Blaker and I responded to 1122 King Road, Moscow, Idaho, to assist with scene security and processing of a crime scene associated with 4 homicides. Upon our arrival, the Idaho State Police forensic team was on the scene and was preparing to begin processing the scene. Moscow Police Officer Smith, one of the initial responding officers to the incident, advised he would walk me through the scene.
Okay. I wasn't expecting it to start reading it, but
At least you didn't have to, right, Scarlett?
I know. Okay. So,
That was kind of cool, actually.
yeah,
Just kidding.
I really
All
wasn't
the articles
expecting
do
it.
that.
See, this one here's got way more. Wait, what is this? Photo provided by Ron Augusta shows the doorknobs in his first floor apartment, bedroom 1B at 1122 King Road in Moscow in 2019. See, that has a different doorknob on it.
I'm sure they change the locks on every time they have a new contract, right? I mean, I
I
would.
would, I would think that they would. Okay, this image is from Xena Kernodle's Facebook page. It shows a makeup desk. She wanted to sell its position in the bedroom 1B of 1122 King Road. The desk is against the window of 1B positioned along the inner side wall of the room near the door in the bedroom. So that would have been right there in that corner. I think they used this bedroom because nobody was in it, just as a like a storage room. Scroll down.
Officially, how many bedrooms are there?
6.
Okay, and then there's a washroom.
Yes, there's the laundry room. Let me go back out here. So, is this the laundry room? Yeah, laundry room's right there, and it's got a shower in it.
Is that on the first or second floor?
This is on the first floor. This was right outside of Bethany's bedroom door.
All right, and then there's a spare room also, right?
Yeah,
That's one of the 6 bedrooms, right?
yeah. It's the two on the. It's actually 2 bedrooms on each floor, and then each floor has its own bathroom as well. So it's 6 bedroom, 3 bathroom. And I don't know if I can. It won't. This says shower room, but it. I can't click to look in it or whatever. Okay, so this would have been Bethany's room. See if there's any pictures. Yeah, that's the one that I believe it's on one of those. Oh, Avery, what was the link that you sent me the other night? Uh, the realtor link.
Oh, it was an odd link.
Um,
Oh, goodness gracious. Let me go look
I,
for it.
I can't remember the name of it, but I believe this picture was
Yeah,
on there.
it was one of those realtor links that's like it's not like a popular one. I think that's
No, it was one that I'd never heard of. It wasn't like Zillow or anything like that. Shit, I can't remember the name of it. And I don't know if I've got it bookmarked, but I believe this picture was on that website. No, I didn't bookmark it. Let's see. I just saw a comment. Where did it go? Shit, it was something about Beth and or Dylan not using the restroom for. Where did it go? Somebody said that Dylan did not use the restroom for 10 hours.
I
Now I
posted
can't find
it.
it.
I posted it in back chat. It's Thumper.
Yes, that is it. Thank you. Yeah, I've never heard of Zumper. Hey, Robin, how are you? Adam, how are you? Okay, I swear I just saw that comment in the chat about Dylan not using the restroom for 10 or 8 hours. Now I can't see it unless.
But what is so wrong with that? Like when I go to sleep, I sleep 8 hours. I don't
I
get up.
got it.
It was Max. Dylan did not use the restroom for 10 hours. This is her story, which sounds fake.
I mean, I've done that many, many, many times because I sleep usually 8 to 10 hours, and I'm a good sleeper. I don't get up to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, but what if she has something to drink or something
I
like
thought
that?
I thought the whole scenario scared the piss out of her.
Ha ha ha
So
ha.
she wouldn't have to go to the bathroom. I was
Hmm.
making a nobody laugh.
I caught that pun. I caught it. I was thinking about it.
Okay, JC said, "Do you guys have the same question now that I do? If not BK, then who?" I, I mean, honestly, I don't know who else. If it turns out not to be Brian, I don't honestly, I don't know who else it could be.
Scarlett, who was Adam's roommate?
Scarlett, how mad would you be if I told you the August 18th hearing just got moved to October 18th?
I'd be pissed.
Okay,
Um,
I ain't gonna mess with you.
uh, uh, Riddler, Adam's roommate was Jack D, Kaylee's on again, off again boyfriend.
The
Okay, thank
trial
you.
It wouldn't have got moved to October 18th because the trial's supposed to be October 2nd.
Second, yeah.
I
Okay, what?
know. I was gonna mess with her.
All right, what'd you say, Riddler?
No, I said thank you for
Oh, you're welcome.
providing that.
Let's see,
That's why I
Jack.
come to your show. You got all the facts. You can
Yeah,
bring
I've
them up
been.
that quick.
A lot of them I still remember. Some of them I have to go back through my notes and look for.
Could she
Jack
have?
D. No, can't. No, Jack D isn't the one that they said that went to Africa. That was Jack S, which is the same one that everybody calls Hoodie Guy. Well, everybody calls the guy Hoodie Guy in the food truck video. They assume that it's Jack Showalter, but police haven't came out and confirmed that it was Jack Showalter. Go ahead, Christy.
I forgot. Sorry.
But I mean, if it, I don't know. I mean, it could really be anybody if it turns out not to be Bryan. But if it does turn out not to be him, they need to go find the person who did this. Honestly.
Okay, so are we gonna have an October 2nd trial, right?
As of right now, yes, that's when it's scheduled.
It won't be moved. So if it is moved, how long do they have to have his quick trial? Is there a certain amount of time that he has to go to trial for?
October 2nd. Well,
Yeah,
no,
that's why it was.
October 3rd or 4th is the deadline, isn't it?
It was. They scheduled it right inside. Well, hold on. It was done in May, June.
Yeah, I believe it was.
It's 6 months, which would be November. When was the arraignment on the 22nd of May?
Uh,
I think it was May 22nd was this arraignment. Let me go back and look on the.
If anybody would know, it would be you, Scarlett.
Shit, hold on. I think it was May 22nd, and I remember Ann saying something about she would like to schedule it right inside the 6 month mark. And then they ended up putting it to October the 2nd. And then he gets an extra 37-day. Well, it's a 37-day stay. It's what it was. Let's see, May would be 5th month. 22nd.
yeah, it is May 22nd. I just looked.
Okay.
And then didn't they file for another stay, a second one?
That would have been the last one that they did. That they got the 37 days on.
How many can they file for? Do you know?
That I have no idea. I'm trying to find the last one that they did. Because there
So
was.
with all the stays that they have with 37 days that are ordered from the judge, when is the last day as of right now he can be scheduled a trial?
November 22nd.
Count
November?
30. Well, you'd have to count 37 days out. And I don't
Oh.
have a calendar in front of me.
Out from October or November?
November 23rd.
So
Right.
that would be time. That would be the first of the year.
Wait, is that right? Yeah, that's right, Scarlett. It would be 37 days after November 23rd.
Okay, so that would be the first of the year. They're not going to want to do the trial in between Thanksgiving and Christmas, so there'll probably be another stay approved. So yeah, someone is right. Man,
Yeah,
it
there's
will
definitely
be.
not going to be a trial this year. There's no way. No way.
I mean, I wanted to start in October, just like I said, for my sanity.
To get it over with.
Yeah, but I really don't see it starting in October, honestly.
I had a dream again last night for the second time, and I'm not a big dreamer. This doesn't, like, if I do dream, I don't remember them. But I dreamed again last night that he took a plea. And that's the second time I've dreamed that.
I don't know, because
That
I
he
mean,
what?
that he takes a plea.
Uh,
I just don't. I mean, if he takes a plea, he's going to have to tell everything. He's going to have to admit to doing it, and he's going to have to tell everything.
if
So
he takes a plea, he can't get exonerated.
if he ends up taking a plea, then I will be on TikTok as a proclaimed psychic because this is my second chance to potentially be a psychic, and I'm gonna go. I'm just kidding.
Okay, what day is this? July the 25th was the second motion to stay proceedings that Ann did. Okay, let me go find the order now.
So is that 37 days from July 22nd?
I gotta find the day that it was ordered.
Well, either way, though, it's gonna put it out 37 days from the 6 months. Like either way you look at it, if they take the full stay,
Okay,
Right,
hold
yeah.
on, Michelle. Let me grab the link for Michelle while I'm looking for
and
the
I'm not
document.
using my fingers to calculate this time. I'm using my brain cells.
Yeah, it's after 8 o'clock. I don't math after 8.
And I don't have those things. I'm
Okay.
an alien. I don't come with brain cells.
Where the hell is? Where is Fofa? Hey, Denny.
I
Yeah,
don't know. I'm seeing her. I hope she's well.
come to think of it, you know what? She's in Lady B's Discord. I'll go message her and see if she's okay.
I haven't even talked to her today.
When was the last time we seen her?
She wasn't in here the last night before last when I went live.
Have you talked to her since then?
No, because I didn't go live yesterday. I didn't talk to her the last time I went live. I didn't talk to her that day, and I didn't talk to her yesterday, and I haven't talked to her today because I ain't been home all day.
Gosh, see, and then I get to worrying like y'all are my children. I hate it when you disappear.
Let me. Hold on. I can message her real quick on Twitter. I've already got it pulled up here.
Jen with two N's. Has it been a month since he stood silent?
Well, yeah, he stood silent April 23rd, right?
April? Oh.
No, May 23rd. Gosh darn it. It might be my
May.
bedtime. May
So
23rd.
it's been 2 months. 2.5 months. It's 10 o'clock here.
Ray,
Riddler,
how are you?
Riddler, why are you so
I'm good.
quiet?
Thank you for asking. How are you?
Doing
Hi,
good.
Ray.
What's up, Riley?
Hi, Ray.
Hi.
I'm going good, man.
What's up, Ray?
My IQ, that's what's up.
Ray got jokes.
Riddler's too quiet tonight. It's making me uneasy.
He's probably Googling stuff for us.
Yeah, I
What
couldn't
you
see him on. I just jumped on.
No,
I thought
I was going to wait till
later.
later and tell you I sent you a video earlier today,
Okay.
and there's parts in it that are really pretty knowledgeable, and there's other parts where they're coming up with their wild theories. But in this part that I liked, and I'd never noticed it before, when the announcer is talking to the Gonsalves family,
Mm-hmm.
and I think it's the mom that says they release people too early,
Yep. I remember what you're talking about.
and then they ask another question, and you see the son. I guess he's younger. He's in there shaking his head, yes.
Oh no, he's actually older than Kaylee.
Okay, well, he's
Mm-hmm.
nodding his head, yes.
What was the question?
Well, that's I don't want to destroy. I want to watch the video.
He
I'll
doesn't
let
want to
Scarlett
spoil it.
watch it, and then she can show which part she wants to. But when he did that, I mean, it gave me a little bit of a chill there. I said, aha.
Did you email it to me too, Riddler?
Uh, yeah, you should have it. But you
Okay.
go look at it's about halfway through
Okay.
where that comes up. Then you got to put it with that WSU Kim in there.
Did you send it to me too, Riddler? No, I'm just joking. You don't have my information.
No, I just have those two and a few others.
Okay. All right. Let me get back over here. I'll have to find that other document in a minute.
Avery, that wasn't on you. Sorry. I was trying to be funny.
No, Riddler's my sweetheart. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, that's this picture. I think also was on that website.
I just want to be his friend. You can be his sweetheart or vice versa.
Avery and I have a military connection.
See,
So do I.
we're connected.
We all three have something in common. So I'll still stay over here.
I'm a military man myself.
I'm just a friend. I don't want to be a sweetheart.
God bless you, Ray, for your service.
Thank you, Ray.
Yes, thank everybody who is either active or former military. Thank you all for your service.
We're an Air Force family.
Yeah, my grandfather was Air Force for 21 years.
I was Air Force.
Go Air Force.
Yeah, he retired from 21 years, and the last base that he was stationed at was Barksdale, and he just stayed in Louisiana. Okay, so this picture here.
Barksdale's a SAC base.
Yeah, I used to like going there all the time. He used to take me whenever I was younger up there and see all the planes and all that.
There was a general named Curtis LeMay. He was the Patton of the Air Force, and they called him Bombs Away LeMay. And I think he ran for vice president one time. But he was the head of the Air Force at the time of the Cuban War Missile Crisis.
Uh-huh.
And Kennedy gave him an order and says, have your bombers on standby. And he said, I already got them in the air. That shows you how he was. He was a tough general. But anyway, he's the one that set up the SAC bases and the air defense bases all around the United States.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
See,
Barksdale is the one that's got all of the. They had all the. I don't know if they're still there, but all the B-52s were. That's where they were stationed at.
Scarlett, I'm going to hop in the shower, and I'll be back.
Okay, well, if you want to come back up, just let me know, and I'll drop the link for you.
Okay.
Bye. Enjoy.
Okay. I don't know what.
Officer Smith and I entered the King Road residence through the bottom floor door on the north side of the building. Officer Smith and I then walked upstairs to the second floor. Officer Smith directed me down the hallway to the west bedroom on the second floor, which I later learned, through Xana's driver's license and other personal belongings found in the room, was Xana Kernodle's room. Just before this room, there was a bathroom door on the south wall of the hallway. As I approached the room, I could see a body, later identified as Kernodle's, laying on the floor. Kernodle was deceased with wounds which appeared to have been caused by an edged weapon. Also in the room was a male, later identified as Ethan Chapin. Chapin was also deceased with wounds later determined to be caused by sharp force injuries.
Yeah, I got to get used to that playing whenever I click on it.
How come he says, like on Chapin, later discovered they didn't have IDs with them or couldn't find them?
I don't know. So also in the room was a male later identified as Chapin.
But on the female, he went right towards her because I guess he knew who the residents were.
Yeah, well, it says, wait, let me go back up on Xana's part. So he learned through hers from her license, her driver's license. So maybe Ethan might not have had his on him at the time, or maybe they had to find it or something in there.
Yeah, but they didn't say they found him clothed or unclothed.
Right.
So they might have not known because, like you said, he didn't have anything on him.
Sharon, you're very welcome. I don't know. And they have Xana's wounds caused by an edge weapon, but Ethan's was sharp force injuries. So, and I actually, I don't know, about a week ago or something like that, I went and looked up edge weapon versus like sharp force injuries or whatever, because I didn't know if there was a difference. Sharp force injuries is stabbing or anything like that. And if y'all remember in Bryan's Washington uh, search warrant, they wanted any knives, sheaths, what's it called, a dirk, sword, and a dagger. That's what they were looking for in the search warrant for his apartment. All right, let's go down the hallway. Let's see, what is this? That okay, well, it's not going to show anything. I hope I'm not making anybody sick by all this turning and everything else. Hey, Pebbles, how are you? Okay. And see, they have Ethan up here because this was in the other one. They have him. Can't that we don't know. We just know that Miss Chapin said that they still had two vehicles and a set of golf clubs tied up with the defense. But we don't know if the golf clubs were used in this. And they could have just taken them, just to, the police could have just to test them. Um, but they haven't came out and said yes they were involved or no they wasn't. Hey King Scarlet, how are you? Okay. No, I gotta exit off all this stuff. I'm gonna end up clicking off of a StreamYard by accident. So this says this wall is where the red substance is seen trickling down the foundation at the rear of the house. I don't really want to click on that picture. I think we've all seen it. I don't know how they know that Ethan was found in an unknown position and location in the bedroom. So maybe they just put the X on there just to put
So,
him in the room.
so where's the
Go
bathroom
ahead.
at on that floor?
Okay, it is. Oh, okay, right here. So there's
Is it,
Xana's bedroom, and then this is the bathroom right here.
it's outside the door?
Yeah. Yeah, let me see if I can see it from here. No, because I got our door closed.
So where's can you show me Dylan's bedroom and Xana's bedroom
Okay,
in
this is.
relation?
Okay, let me go and see if I can stand right here. Well, you can't see Dylan's room from where I'm standing at, but this is Xana's bedroom. So the way that they're explaining it in the PCA, she hears all this. Dylan hears crying coming from Xana's room and all this and that, and then she opens up her door the last time, and then she sees the guy with the bushy eyebrows walking towards her. My understanding is it's coming from this way, down the hallway, around here. There's the good vibe sign that me and Lady D is always talking about. At Dylan's room, and I think if you look right, this is the angle. That's Dylan's room right there. And I know it's hard to see,
Got a black
but
screen. My screen's all black.
is it really? Oh,
Yeah.
shit. Okay, hold on. Let me
I
just
can
go back.
see like a little shadow.
Yeah, because I put the dark mode on because in dark mode, that's the only place that you can really see Dylan's room. But do you see where the footprint right here is, Christy?
Yes. That's
Okay,
her room there.
that's, yeah, right here, right at the bottom of the stairs is her room. So
Okay,
it's
and those stairs go up, right? Where's the stairs that go down?
right here. Here, let me get over here.
So she still had to see the bathroom to go downstairs.
What do you mean?
She had view of the bathroom. If she went downstairs, she still had view of the bathroom going downstairs, right?
You mean Dylan?
Yes.
Well, yeah. If she would have went downstairs, she would have came out of because her bedroom is on the other side of this wall right here.
Right. So she would have saw the bathroom if she went to the bathroom or if she went downstairs. In my opinion, she would have saw the bathroom either way.
Well, she would have came out of her door. If she would have went to the bathroom, she'd have been right there at Xana's
Right.
bedroom door. If she
And
would have went downstairs, I mean, if knowing myself, if I hear something crazy coming from someone's room and I'm running, and let's just say I'm Dylan, and I run downstairs to go to Bethany's room, when I run through here, I'm going to look that way. So I'm wondering if she did go downstairs, which we don't know if she did or not. Okay. But if she did, when she come through here to go downstairs, does she look down towards Sienna's room?
right, because the top of the stairs looks straight into that hallway. But if she ran, like you said, then maybe she didn't pay attention. But she couldn't have ran because she saw him leave, right?
Yeah, she saw him leave, and he would have went right through here, literally, and out the back door. Because there's the step right here that we were all talking about that goes into the living room. He would have came through here. There's Dylan's door. Let's just say she has the door cracked like that, and she's looking out. He might not have even seen her, and just walked. There's the footprint. If it'll. So I guess this is what they're saying.
Here's what I want to know. When she saw him, was he coming down the stairs or coming from Xana's room?
The way they're talking, he would have been coming from Xana's room, because she says that. And let me grab the PCA because I want to be able to read it exactly how it is worded that they have her saying.
So that I have a problem with that because if she saw him going upstairs, someone with bushy eyebrows that she didn't know, and then after the fact heard something that sounded like Kaylee playing with the dog or whatever, heard something upstairs. She just saw a strange man go up the stairs.
Well, when she says that she's seen him, he's walking towards the back door.
Oh, okay.
So it says here that Diem stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the second floor. Diem stated she was woken at approximately 4 a.m. by what she stated sounded like Gonzalez playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms, which was located on the third floor. A short time later, Diem said that she heard who she thought was Gonzalez say something to the effect of, "There's someone here." I'm still wondering, though, if that was Kaylee who said that, what type of way did she say it? Because it must have been, to me, in my opinion, it must have been something that caused Dylan to get up and look out of her room. Because it says here, when she heard who she thought was Gonzalez say something to the effect of "someone's here." A review of records obtained from a forensic download of Kernodle's phone showed that this could have been Kernodle, as her cellular phone indicated she was likely awake and using the TikTok app at approximately 4:12. Diem stated that she looked out of her bedroom but did not see anything when she heard the comment about someone being in the house. So, I'm sorry, not Bethany. Kaylee, if that was Kaylee saying it, did Kaylee say it in a way that she was maybe shouting it, trying to alarm people downstairs that there was someone in the house that shouldn't have been in the house? Like a frightened type scream or yell or whatever? And that's what caused Dylan to get up and look out of her door?
I wonder if it's happened more than once where somebody was in the house, I don't know, 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning that wasn't supposed to be there.
I mean, it was a party house. Could it be possible that people came over, maybe with, let's just, for an example, somebody comes over, some friends that Bethany's friends with, but none of the other roommates knew that those people were in the house, or maybe even with Dylan, maybe she had friends over that none of the rest of them knew that were there, and then they just happened to run into them or something like that. And I wonder if that's maybe what Dylan thought to begin with, but just, I still think that it's going to have a lot to do with the fact of how Kaylee said it about that there's someone here.
So I have a question. Do they know from the time Dylan heard "there's someone here"? to the time she saw someone? Do we know the time frame of that?
They
The
never, no, they never gave a time on what times it was that she opened her door. But we know that she was woken at 4.
Okay, if she's woken at 4 from something upstairs, right?
Mm-hmm.
That means he just didn't enter the house at 4. He had to be in there at 3:57, 3:50, maybe even 3:55. He came into the house.
Yeah, if that was
Why he
him
can't be
that she
driving
heard.
around at 4:04?
Right, because if it was him that was upstairs doing what we know happened instead of Kaylee playing with her dog, then yeah, he would have been in the house before the car was seen coming back into camera at 4:04.
The
So,
more I study this, the goofier it gets.
I mean, because I even thought when she was woke, because it does say at approximately 4 a. She was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. So that could give or take a few minutes off of 4 a.m. So I'm wondering if her being woke up from that and thinking that that's Kaylee playing with Murphy, could it actually have been what happened upstairs and it's Murphy barking because he knows something's wrong? And it may be a few minutes past 4 o'clock and she just took
And they
it
do use the word approximately,
a lot in here.
so that means doubt,
Right.
not
So
accuracy.
right. So she was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. by what she stated it sounded like Gonzalez playing with their dog, one of the upstairs bedrooms, which was located on the third floor. Then it says a review of the records obtained from forensic download of Kernodle's phone shows she could have been that it could have been Kernodle as her cellular phone indicated she was likely awake and using the TikTok app at approximately 4:12. Then the next paragraph says that DM stated she looked out of her bedroom but did not see anything when she heard the comment about someone being in the house. DM stated she opened the door the second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Kernodle's room. So she had to have heard this crying or whatever she thought was crying or whatever. She opens her door again. She don't see anything. Then DM said that she heard. Okay, so when she opens her door the second time, DM then said that she heard a male's voice say something to the effect of "It's okay, I'm going to help you." At approximately 4:17, the security camera located at 1112 King Road picks up all the sounds: the thud, the dog barking, voices, or a whimper. DM stated that she opened her door for the third time after she heard the crying and saw the figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. She described the figure as 5'10" or taller, male, not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. So the way that they're saying it is that this person was coming from Xana's room. Now, let me go back to the thing right here. If she has her door cracked like this, she can see him coming from Xana's room walking towards her. If he's coming down the stairs, she has to have her head all the way out the window, or Lord, out the window, out the door to see the person coming down the stairs. And I think that if she would have done that, he would have possibly seen her.
So with that, if I understand it correctly, that means Xana and Ethan have to be the last two to be deceased because he's walking out of the building.
Yeah, because it does say, let me go back to the PCA. Okay. So it says, after the bushy eyebrow comment, it says the male walked past DM as she stood in a frozen shock phase. The male walks towards the back sliding glass door. DM locks herself in her room after seeing the male. DM did not state that she recognized the male, and this leads the investigators to believe that the murderer had left the scene.
And the time on that?
Does not give a time. The last time it gives in that is 4:17 when a dog could be heard barking numerous times starting at 4:17 and the security camera next door picks all those sounds up.
So the
So
only times we know for sure is 4:04 when they last saw the vehicle on the cam. Gives a couple minutes because he's got to park and then get out of the car and yada yada. And then 4:12 Xana's on the phone. At 4:17, they hear those noises. So Dylan had to open the door between 4:12 and 4:17 two times.
And at 4:20,
Yeah.
he's speeding off, right?
Yes, the car is
Yeah.
seen on video leaving the area at a high rate of speed.
This don't make no sense.
Yeah, I know.
Then she heard Xana screaming. Then she saw this strange dude, and she literally did nothing. Come on, Dylan. Come on, babe girl.
See, that's what I would like to know. I'd like to find some people that know her. Was she, don't take this wrong, but was she like a dizzy blonde, a silly girl, nonchalant? Was she real strict and focused? I don't think so from the pictures I've seen, but
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out what kind of character she was.
Hmm.
That, was she forgetful, a lack of derelict of duties, those type things? I don't know.
Right.
But she looks like she's a tough girl, I'll tell you that.
That she does.
I mean, she looks very athletic herself, like she could play
Oh,
volleyball or
she was
softball.
a soccer star in high school.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, see, I could see that in her.
Hmm. So as of right now, the only times we have, as far as like what Dylan has said, was 4 o'clock. She was woke up. Then 4:04, we know that the car was seen going to the house. 4:12, Xana's on TikTok. 4:17, the security camera picks up the sounds, and then 4:20, the car is seen leaving at a high rate of speed. But then it says down here below that, the combination of DM statements to law enforcement, reviews of forensic downloads of records from BF and DM's phone, and a video of the suspect vehicle as described below leads investigators to believe that the homicides occurred between 4 a.m. and 4:25. So I was, and y'all know I'm stuck on like this whole extra 5 minutes.
Hey, so approximately 4 could be before 4 or after.
Or after. Yeah, it could give or take a few minutes before or after. So it doesn't necessarily have to be 4 o'clock on the dot. But go ahead, Riddler.
I was going to ask, has Ann had a chance to challenge this PCA? Because if I was a judge and I looked at this, I say, "Come here, officers. You got him in the house at 4:25, but over here he's speeding off at 4:20. Is that what you're sticking to?
Well,
Before I decide whether I'm going to sign this or not?"
I was thinking about that because it's saying that the downloads of the records from BF and DM's phones was, and I've said this before, was Dylan texting Bethany or them texting back and forth and saying like something's going on. Do you hear that? Blah blah blah. And then Dylan says might have said, I'm not saying that this is what happened, but might have said to Bethany, somebody just walked by my door, a guy did, leaving. And then, I mean, she could have went to her bedroom window and looked out the bedroom window because it's on the back of the house and seen when he gets in the car and leaves. And she could have texted Bethany back at 4:25 and been like, or 4:20, I'm sorry, he's leaving. But when she sent the text, it could have been 4:25. Okay, I just saw him leave or whatever. And maybe that could be where they're getting the 4:25. Hey, Sniper, how are you?
Now, in Bethany's bedroom, she's got a front window, right?
Yes.
She
Yes.
also has a rear window to the backyard.
No. Bethany does not have. Hold on, I'm gonna go back. I don't think I can. Oh yeah, I can right here.
Okay, so she just got that one window that goes to the front and probably one on the side.
Nope, she just has the one on the front. That's it. And it points out across the street from in front of the house. So her window points to the north. And then the back of her wall right here is going to be built into that hill that the house is built onto. So it's like the whole first floor is built into that hill. And then the second floor is over part like the living room and all that's over Bethany's floor, the bath, or it's over the whole first floor, and then the back part of the house where the kitchen and Dylan's room and all that's built on the ground.
So the second floor is really the place you want to live.
So was that first
Yeah.
floor originally like a garage?
I know that there was a garage that was built, and I thought I may have the picture. If I don't have it on my computer, I can go find it. But let me go back outside for just a second. So I can. Okay, so right over in this area, over in here, there used to be a garage there a long time ago. Uh, the garage was there. The front door was like one of those doors that had like the little small pane windows all the way up and down it or whatever. Uh, House looked like it does now. Just had the garage. I think it was just a one-car garage out in front of the house.
Okay, because I thought they said they added on that bottom floor.
I have
But
heard.
it was just the second and third floor before, and they added on that bottom floor.
I think they added the third floor. I'm still looking for the original blueprints because I remember seeing them way back, like before Bryan was even arrested. I don't remember where I seen them at though, and I didn't save them, and I should have. So I'm still looking for those, the actual original blueprints before the add-on was done, because there is some blueprints as the original ones, and then it shows the add-on later that they had done, which was the third floor, if I'm not mistaken. Hey, Loaded Hot, how are you?
Can you imagine if the state comes into the courtroom and shows a timeline and they use the same one that's in this PCA? Ann's going to say, I got you. How you got my client Lee speeding off in haste at 420 if you're saying he's in the house at 424, 423, 422?
Or just even walk into his car at 421 or 22. I mean, I just don't know where they're getting this extra 5 minutes from, unless they're just going strictly off of what the girls were doing with their phones in that 5 minutes.
Unless their alarm clocks or electronics are off or something, or the cameras are off.
Something, but
somebody's off 10 minutes.
Something's going on with the timeline there. But if you remember, and I'll have to see if I can find this real quick. What it was said about Bethany. I got this. I know I just got to find the document where it was talking about the Richard Batanti dude, which is the investigator for Ann Taylor. Let's see if I can remember which one it is. Okay, so he says. Okay, so Bethany Funk was interviewed by police on several occasions. She disclosed things that she heard and things that she saw. Bethany Funk was present at the home 8 hours later when police were called, arrived on scene, and discovered the homicides. And then during the course of my investigation, it became known to me that Bethany Funk has information material to the charges against Mr. Kohberger. Portions of this information Ms. Funk has is exculpatory to the defendant. Ms. Funk's information is unique to her experience. It cannot be provided by another witness. So they're kind of like saying that Bethany wasn't there until the police, like right before the police got there, because they're saying that she was there 8 hours later when the police were called. But was she there whenever this happened? Did Dylan text her because Bethany wasn't there, telling her what was going on at the house, and that she heard something? Here's crying coming from Xana's room, and there's somebody walking through the house and all this. Like, is Dylan telling Bethany all this through her phone, like through text or whatever? And that's where they're getting this timeline from? And then Bethany shows back up before 911 is called? Or was she there the whole time? Because if y'all remember, we ain't heard a whole lot about Bethany for some reason in the PCA. Okay, hold on, Avery. I'm fixing to put it out for you.
Don't they say by Bethany's statements that Ethan and Xana was at the party from 9 to 1:30, 1:45, whatever.
Well, it says that Bethany and Dylan were out in the community separately that night or that early that morning and both got home at 1 o'clock. But then it says that Bethany seen Ethan and Xana at the Sigma Chi house at 1:45.
So how could she be in two places at the same time?
Exactly.
If she got home when Ethan and Xana got home, she had to walk with them.
True. But she's saying that she saw him at Sigma Chi at 1:45. So was Bethany at home at 1 o'clock and then she leave and go to Sigma Chi? And that's where she saw Ethan and Xana at? And
But
did
it
she
said
go home?
9 through 1:45, so that means that whole time.
Okay, let me find it real quick because I think you're right. But I don't know how. Shit, I gotta find it. Hold on. I don't know how she could see him from 9 to 1:45, but be home at 1 o'clock. I think it's up here.
Maybe she never came home.
Are there any cameras? All right, that view we're looking at right now, that's the front of the house. Are there any cameras showing that from 4 to 4:30 in the morning?
Well, this house has a camera that they're saying picked up the sounds. I don't know if there was a camera somewhere else on this house other than
Wasn't
that.
there a camera that
It was,
picked up Kaylee and Maddie getting dropped off?
yeah, but I don't know where that camera's at. I know that this house right here on the front, but where the front door is, they had a camera that's like the light bulb camera that screws into the light socket. I don't know if there was another camera somewhere else on this that picked up when Kaylee and Maddie were dropped off at 1:56, or if there was another camera because it seems like someone had said that there was a camera. I think it was on this house right here, which you can't really see that good. But I want to say somebody sent me a picture and said that there was a camera on that house also. So I don't know if where exactly this camera picked them up coming home, but I do know that there was a camera on this house on the front door and police took it.
Scarlett, may I say something?
Yep.
Someone in the chat stated that the roommates, Dylan and Bethany, thought that the death was an overdose and that's why they didn't call the police right away. But you can't say that because an overdose doesn't include a shit ton of red stuff.
Well, the whole OD thing that came from Dave, that people were saying on Snapchat that they thought that it was an overdose in the house. Now, I don't know if that's true or not. Nobody has produced any screenshots of these so-called Snapchat messages and all this and that. So we don't know if that's true, if that was even said, or if that was just a rumor that was put out there.
Welcome back, Avery. And is that Candy?
Yes, Avery and Candy. Vapor
Yes,
says there has
ma'am.
to be one if they called him. And see, Vapor, that is true. I just don't know where that camera would be at. Because if it's on this blue house right here in the front, then there's no way it could have caught him trying to park or turn around in the house in front of the house. It would have caught him doing the 3-point turn down here at the end of the street there, but it wouldn't have caught him trying to park or turn around in front of the house. So there's got to be a camera. I don't know. Like I said, there was one on the maybe like the side.
I thought they said there was one the house right across the way.
Okay, so
that one where that red arrow is right there. I thought they said there was one on that house.
Okay, the red arrow goes down those steps. Yeah, somebody had sent me a picture showing me where this purple looking car is, that there was a camera there on that house. But I can't go down the on the Google Maps. You can't get down the street anymore. It won't allow you to go down it. Just to look and see if they have a camera outside of that house or not. But there had to have been one, like you're saying, that picked it up, him trying to turn around or park in front of the house, like it says in the PCA.
I was just wanting to come tell Riddler. I was listening, and he said, "Why hasn't Ann Taylor challenged the PCA?" And it's weird because that was my first question when all this first began.
Ooh.
And you can't really challenge PCAs. What you can do is if you have evidence, to prove immediately, like a strong alibi or something like that, then you could file to have charges dismissed. But with the PCA, really, the only way that it could be challenged is if Bryan is found innocent, then he can take civil liabilities against the officers who wrote the PCA for a violation of his Fourth Amendment right for unlawful search and seizure.
My thing is, how can they write in the PCA that Bethany was home at whatever time and saw them at that place between this time, and it's contradictory?
And see, because the PCA is the officers are going by what they believe is honest information, and they take, an oath and swear to that PCA, but it's like an indictment she can challenge because those are charges, but the PCA is just, to get the arrest. So really the only person who can ever fight that would be Bryan, and that would only be if he was found innocent.
But I mean, it's
It's so strange.
it's right there in black and white that it's not driving. I mean, we know that. I would think a judge or somebody would know that too.
Like
that officer has to take an oath that everything in that PCA is the whole truth.
Right.
Yeah, and it even says that on the bottom page down here, right above his signature.
Right.
I declare under penalty of perjury pursuant to the law of the state of Idaho that the foregoing is true and correct.
Right, and see what, and it could be what they believe to be honest statements from witnesses and such. But now, say when Bryan was first arrested, and he told his attorney, "Well, there's no way I did this because I was at the movies at such and such theater with two friends, and here's my, my receipts, and there was like a solid alibi," then challenging the PCA basically would be filing for dismissal of the charges. But going forward, it's my understanding that the PCA really isn't even, it's just kind of filed away now. It was just to get the arrest, and now it's just kind of tucked away and never really to be brought up again unless, Bryan is found innocent and he decides to take civil action. It's really weird to me, but that's how it was explained to me.
Okay,
I agree with you, but think of something right now. On November the 13th, we saw Avery doing this, we saw Avery doing that, and we got this time, and we got these witnesses. Now, how you gonna find? I can't tell you what I was doing on November the 13th.
I can't tell you what I was doing 5 minutes ago. Y'all know that. Y'all, if something happens and I get in trouble for doing something, y'all are all 295 of y'all are my witness that Scarlett forgets shit 5 minutes after she does it. So
that's what I was just gonna say. Y'all are my alibi, so I got this.
If you want to know what I was doing, look at my post-it notes.
In this case, like I've always said, where there's smoke, there's fire. There's plenty of smoke in this.
Yeah.
I mean, just too many things are pointing at him. But once again, did he go in that house? That's all they got to prove. He was in that house and he's done.
And I heard today, I don't know how accurate it is, but I heard today from Daniel that the DNA is underneath the snap in the female. Wait, is it the female? Wait a minute. Yeah, because the male goes into the female. The top. So underneath of the snap, in the female part of the snap, so underneath it is where the DNA was found.
But where does it say that at, though?
I don't know where he got that information from, but he said that on his show tonight.
Unless it's coming from. Isn't there a document out there? And I'll have to see if I can find which one. But it says that it was found inside of it or something like that.
That's what I just know that's what he said, and Cookie said with it being inside of that female part, it would be harder to say it was just, like accidentally transferred somehow. It would be harder to prove. I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying, Scarlett?
Yes. Okay. Let's see. Let me. All right. And Libra Moon, I'm fixing to go up to Kaylee and Maddie's room. I was trying to find this part in the PCA, and I done forgot now what I was looking for in it.
Oh, Riddler is so right, because if somebody came and arrested me right now and they were like, "What were you doing on May 11th?" I mean, it'd probably take me a week of thinking and having to look through my phone.
I have to tell them come back in a week, and I'll be able to tell you.
Right? I mean, really, if you're
No,
if you
no,
feel
you won't be telling them to come back. They're going to say, "We'll know where you're at. You're going to be in one of our cells. You just ring that little bell. Just ask for the jailbirds. We'll
be
be
like,
here."
can I schedule an appointment with you for about next Tuesday? Come back at 3 o'clock, and I'll be able to tell you exactly what I was doing.
And unless you actually committed a crime, obviously you're going to remember that. But if you're innocent, you're going to be sitting there like,
Okay, Avery, I can barely hear you. Did she drop? Hold on, let me get back to StreamYard.
She's
Avery,
still
is that
okay, Avery, I can barely hear you.
still?
Okay, no, you're a little bit better now.
It's
It was like
janky.
you were muffled for a second.
It's StreamYard. I had to go click the echo cancellation.
Oh, okay.
We're going to blame StreamYard.
Yeah, StreamYard's been a little wonky tonight. That and YouTube. I don't know what's been up with my chat, but it needs to stop whatever it's doing. Okay. So Libra Moon wanted me to go to Kaylee's room. All right. Let's see. See, this is off that website because there's that red truck.
It just makes me so sad to see these rooms.
I know.
I know. I feel like I knew them now because we've been talking to them since for what, 6, 7, maybe 8 months. 9 months. We've been talking about them, and now you feel like you went to school with them.
Do y'all realize that on the 13th of this month, it would be 9 months?
Yeah, that's what I was saying the other day. In 3 months, it'll be a year. And it does not feel like a year at all. I feel like it was just yesterday. I was watching that red dot in the air all day long of him in the airplane.
That took forever for him to get across the other side of the country?
I'm telling you, I never stared at a red. I was embarrassed to tell people, "What'd you do today?" Well, I didn't watch a red dot all day.
I'm not gonna lie, I followed that flight path the whole time.
You should have seen the Whopper we saw last night. You weren't on, so I caught Melissa J's channel.
Uh-huh.
And you should have seen one of the guests she brought on. Of course, she's countering everything he's saying. And he's saying BK's innocent. He's got proof. And he says on that night that it happened, the police put a Stingray out. And he shows you the Stingray in the back of the car, which to me it looks like a rifle case. And he says he even shows you the internet in one of the girls' room is down because that Stingray's on.
Are you talking about in the backseat of the car that was the unmarked car of the cop that was at Banfield?
It could have been at Banfield's, yeah, but it was in the back seat of an unmarked car.
Okay. That was it Boz that was up there?
No, it was another guy, Raul or Rallo.
Okay, because do y'all remember when Boz come on panel one night and he said that in the backseat of the car it was a
night vision.
Yes, and he actually sent me a picture of it. Now I can't make the picture out that good, but he did say that I think he said they narrowed it down to what type of night vision scope it was or whatever. It kind of looks like that, but I can't say for 100% sure. But the picture that shows Kaylee's TV through the window from outside, and it's the window that has the window air conditioner in it. That was Kaylee's, I believe, her TV, if I'm not mistaken, because there is a picture that shows from the outside of the house, from the front, looking through her bedroom window on the front, that you could see her TV hanging on the wall.
Right. And Melissa Jade had pointed out that picture. I don't know when it was taken, but was posted in December.
Matter
And
of
it was coming
fact,
from Fox, but we don't know when it was taken. Was it
okay.
taken the night of the infamous crime
Uh,
or the next day?
I want to say, and let me, I think I have that picture. I'm
Poor
gonna,
Melissa. She always attracts all the oddballs to her channel.
let me see if I still have it. If I
I
don't
got I got to
have
pat
it,
her on the back. She goes after them. She don't take anything off of them.
She sure does. I love her.
okay, I don't have it, but I can find it. It's You can Google it and find it.
Now, Scarlett, just like,
Um,
can you refresh my memory? Kaylee had lived, is it Kaylee or Maddie who had lived in this house for like a year or two?
Maddie.
Maddie,
Maddie.
yeah,
Kaylee had just moved in like 6 months prior.
I know she was there in August. I want to say that's right whenever she moved in, close to that time.
And what month was it that Bryan moved to Washington? August?
June.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the police come to Kaylee Nim's house, which is the body cam footage that we've seen Kaylee on in August. I want to say for some reason August the 16th, but I could be wrong. Then August the 21st is when Bryan was pulled over in Moscow at like 11 something at night for the seatbelt violation.
I wonder how far back they have him going past that house.
I have heard that August the 21st, which is the night he got pulled over, uh, was the first night that they're claiming he was in the area of the house. The first of the 12 times, whether that's true or not, I don't know.
And that would be the month that Kaylee moved in.
Right around that time, yeah. I don't know if it was exactly maybe the end of July, the first part of March, but for some reason, I want to say that uh, the body cam footage wasn't long after she moved in, and I want to say for some reason August the 16th is when the body cam footage was.
And then Dylan was the newest to move in, right? She was the newbie. Is that
I
right?
don't I don't remember if it was ever said when her or Bethany.
Well,
I don't remember when it was said her, Bethany, or Xana moved in, but I don't remember hearing a date for them. I just
because
remember Maddie being the longest one there, and then Kaylee had recently moved in as well.
I know Bethany was Kaylee's, her little sister, her sorority little sister, little sis, big sis. And I thought that Dylan had just moved in. I heard that somewhere that she had just moved in not long before this, and so
And
she
that
didn't
could be
want
true.
and they had, where was I hearing this? Something about that maybe that's why she didn't want to call 911 because she was the newest one there and didn't want to get people in trouble for, drinking and things like that. Where did I hear that? It sucks getting old, y'all.
Yeah, King Scarlet, I'm going through them now. I don't know. I'd have to go back and see if I can find when it was ever said that Dylan, Xana, and Bethany had moved in. Oh, this is what I was waiting for. Oh, it's kind of blurry. Hold on. Kim, thank you for sending those. And Kim sent the picture that's in the back seat of the car. I'm gonna pull that up. Well, I gotta download these real quick. So
Did Sofa ever respond?
let's see. No, she hasn't.
Oh boy. Mandy with a C. You're not talking. I'm sorry. I'll shush so you can talk.
No, I'm just listening. Y'all can talk.
No, I have got so much stuff pulled up on my screen.
Why do they put one coat hanger in these images? That drives
Put
me insane.
put what?
One coat hanger in the closet of these images.
I guess just to show that it's a closet.
I don't know why that annoys me so much.
Okay, let me get through this, and then I'll go to my emails because Kim has sent me an email, and then Prom Sleuthen had sent me an email. Okay, so this is Kaylee's room, and Kaylee's room is the only room that had a back. Well, she had the back slider, but a back window and a front window uh, in her room. And Libra Moon, was there any certain thing that you were wanting to look at in Kaylee and Maddie's room?
Now, those sheets that we're looking at on the bed, that's just something that the person who made this mock-up put in there, right?
Yeah, I would think so. I don't know how anybody would know exactly what her sheets look like.
Okay.
Unless, because there is a picture right here. Well, now you can't really see. I was going to say if you could see
Oh,
maybe in the picture or something like that.
look at her
Uh,
pink boots.
well, there's actually a picture from outside the house, the back of the house. And this maybe it. Yeah, you can see her pink boots and her. And it's sad, y'all. Seriously. Uh, just looking at these pictures.
I just can't.
But yeah, the sheets, unless there's pictures or something like that that they may have seen like on their social media or something, showing what they had on their bed. I don't think anybody would really know, or the person who made this wouldn't really know. Let's see, you can see the actual bed from that night. I'll email it to you. You can see the bed with the comforter pulled down. A crime sleeping. Okay, thank you.
But okay, but where did that picture come from? How do we know that that picture was taken that day?
What, this picture?
The one of the bed with the comforter pulled down. Where did it originate from?
Uh, I don't know.
Tom sleeping. Tell us.
Wait, Maddie's chair, the cops put that chair in the U-Haul. Liza, I was wondering if that was that white chair that we saw them putting in the back of the U-Haul truck. Okay, she said because it's got the crime scene, you will be able to tell when you see it. Okay, thank you, Crime Sleeping. But if y'all remember in one of the videos where it's showing the cops, they're putting all this stuff in the back of the U-Haul truck and they take a white chair and put back there. And it's perfectly white.
Yeah, that vanity. I man, I know where to order that vanity from. My daughter has that same one in that same chair. Um, I want to say IKEA. It was IKEA. Yeah, IKEA.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, those girls.
Yeah. And there was a table that they had loaded when you remember when they were loading the mattresses into the back of the pickup trucks?
Yeah.
Okay, the one piece of furniture that shows the red stuff on the leg or whatever. At first, for some reason, I thought it was like the bed frame, but if you look at it, it's actually a table.
Oh, it's
But I don't,
upside down, right?
huh?
It's turned upside down.
Well, it's like laying on its side, and I thought at first it was this little table over here, but in this picture, you can see that table looks just like what they have on the virtual thing. So I don't know where that whose room that table was in, unless it was in Xana's room. Okay, thank you, Crumbs. But they don't have. Well, let me just do this. I'll just go down the stairs because I don't know. Do they have anything in Dylan's room? No.
The parents, they've never had to go into that home to retrieve anything, right? Because police
No.
brought it all out. And
Yeah, they brought everything out.
thank God.
Okay, I'm gonna do this real quick too. Okay. Let's just say supplementary view when standing at the doorway of bedroom 2A. So this is standing in the doorway of Dylan's room. So if this person who did this or who she sees walk past her, this would be her view of when he's walking towards her from Xana's room at 4 whatever in the morning. So if she would have had her door cracked, and like I said before, there's no light on in her room or not even a night light, then she could have just had her door open and he wouldn't have never seen her.
Well, what hallway is that right in front of that doorway? Is that the
That-
hallway to Xana's room?
No, this is I'm standing in Dylan's bedroom door right now. So this is where this arrow is pointing that way. That's the hallway going to Xana's room, and then that would have there's like the footprint that they're claiming was in front of Dylan's room, walking from Xana's room towards the back sliding door.
Scarlet,
Uh huh.
if what happened? We got an echo. Okay, if it's that dark for Dylan, is it that dark for the bad guy or BK?
I would think so, except for maybe that. Let me see if I
Good
can go
vibe sign.
the good vibe sign.
The whole back had all those lights on too, like those Christmas lights that were hanging.
Yeah, they had party lights at the back door, like under. They had them hanging from the bottom of the deck, and then this over here where the couch is, and I'll do it right here where y'all can see it. Um, if you remember seeing on their social media, like on some of their videos and stuff like that, they had the I guess they're called curtain lights. They're like Christmas lights made into a curtain or whatever that they had hanging behind the couch as well.
Maddie had some hanging in her room too.
Mm-hmm. She had some in her room, and then they had this underneath this little pink sign here or picture. There was like a little table there, and that's where, if y'all remember, Lady V was talking about that they had, like, she called them fairy lights. There was like a little table, side table or whatever, underneath that picture, and they had like those little lights.
So it had to be brighter than what we just saw.
Yeah, because I mean, they're just going off of. Oh shoot! I got turned around again. They're just going off the good vibes on, which I would think in reality it would put off more light than what it shows.
Because how could you see bushy eyebrows in that?
Right.
And everything will look clad in black now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Like
it's way brighter.
blue or charcoal gray, and it's
Yep.
going to look black.
And I even said, and I don't know if it's going to let me go into the kitchen.
I seen on one of those TikTok videos that good vibe sign is much brighter.
Super brighter than that. Yeah. Okay. So let me see. I'm going to go right here. And I wish they would have had a dark version of the kitchen with those lights on, but they have those lights hanging underneath the deck here. And so if the kitchen light is off, they're going to be shining through that big sliding glass door. And when you're standing here at the door, you're literally looking straight into where this little step is, which is where he's coming down, going in front of Dylan's door, and she would have seen him. So those lights from that sliding glass door is also going to be shining that way. So that could have helped her see the bushy eyebrows, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I was saying, it has to be brighter than what we saw from that room.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I think in reality it's going to be brighter than what it's showing on here.
So if she hears this voice, "I'm here to help you," that can only be two people. Ethan or it's the bad guy or allegedly BK.
Hmm. I see, and they didn't say if Dylan recognized the voice or not. So I've always wondered
Cause see,
if
I was
it.
thinking if she, of course, she don't know what he would sound like in a life or panic situation or injured situation. But if she heard a voice, she would have said, and I heard Ethan say, because she knows Ethan. She's been around
Hmm.
him for what, at least 7 months, 8 months, or how long she been there since August?
Who,
When did,
Xana?
no,
I mean,
no,
Dylan.
Dylan. Yeah, when did she
Yeah,
enroll? That August. So she's
yeah,
been there for. So she would know his voice from 3 months. August,
yeah.
September, yeah, October, and November. Now, if she says I heard a male voice, to me that sounds like that's the bad guy she heard.
Hmm. Yeah.
But we'll find out.
It's just it's sad looking at these pictures, especially after you look at these pictures and then you look at all the stuff that was on their social media, and they're all in this house and they're having fun and they're doing the whole college life thing and all that, and then knowing what happened in there. It's very sad.
Because I'm thinking, let's just say the bad guy just left Xana and Ethan's room.
Hmm.
He knows they're done,
Right.
they're out. And now, when does she hear the, does it say, does she hear it? I know they're not going to give a time, but are they putting it in a situation where it's just before he walked towards the, just before she saw the bushy eyebrows, that's when she heard the "I'm here to help you."
It was. Okay, let me go back and find it. Oh shit, I don't even remember what page it was. I gotta find Dylan originally. Okay, here we go. All right, so she opens the door the first time when she hears a comment about someone being in the house and she didn't see anyone. She opened the door the second time when she said what she thought was crying coming from Colonel's room. Then she said she heard the male voice say something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." So she would have heard that on the second time that she opened the door. Then the third time, she opened it after she heard the crying and saw this person walking past her or towards her and then past her. So it sounds like whenever she opened the door the second time, what happened in Xana's room was taking place at that time. And then she opens it the third time and he's leaving from Xana's room coming that way. Okay, wait. See how the picture of Dylan's door is further back than the picture you showed us from another site. Altered Soul, do you remember what site it was that I showed? You mean further back, like towards the steps? Or the stairs going up to the third floor? And Kent, that's I've heard that Dylan is the one that screamed out the door, telling her to be quiet because she thought it was a party going on or whatever upstairs. But then I also heard that it was Bethany that hollered upstairs, meaning I'm assuming to the second floor from the first floor to shut up that she's trying to sleep and that they're being loud.
Scarlett, I'm
Okay.
going to hop down and listen to you till I fall asleep.
Okay. Well, have a good night and thank you for coming up.
All right. Good night, y'all.
Good night.
Good night.
Okay. So Altered Soul is saying that on another website that Dylan's door was more this way towards the living room or towards the step that goes into the living room. And that could be true. They just might have played because I don't know how they're doing this whole walkthrough thing, and so they just might have placed the door where they thought that it was or whatever, and they just knew that it was at the bottom of the steps that lead up to the the third floor. But I let me go. Hold on. Let me see what this is. Okay, I have the other one as well. I think. Now we'll have to go compare it, y'all. Let me find it real quick. Oh no, the one that I have is the one that I have pulled up from Kula. Oh shit. Okay, was there anything else that anybody wanted to see on this virtual tour before I exit off of it?
Yeah, just one more thing.
Okay.
Let's look at the area of that living room where the forensics were gathered around and they were looking down, taking pictures.
Okay. So there's the window that they were looking through, and they would have been like on that little side street, between the girls' house and the apartment buildings over there. So they would have been looking like I'm looking out of it. They would have been looking in from that way, from that view. And what it looked to me is that they were in like this area right here. And they were like, whatever it was, they were looking down on the floor, taking pictures, stepping over something. And then the one woman had the swab in her hand, and you can see when she bends over. So I don't, could it have been blood that might have
Is
been
that
in
where the
there?
latent shoe print was, or
No, it was right here, right outside Dylan's door.
okay?
So could there have been more footprints through here? And they just didn't put it in the PCA that there was like a footprint trail leading through this way out the back door. Maybe they just didn't put that in the PCA, but they were still getting the pictures and getting swabs and all that of it.
Okay, back one more thing. Back to the hell of a fight on the second floor.
Okay, we're on the second floor now.
Where would that fight have taken place, in the bedroom or out in that hallway?
That's a good question because Mr. Gonzalez, whenever he said it, he doesn't specify what part of the second floor. So could that be what they were looking at in the living room? And it ended up in Xana's room, in this whole area, living room, down hallway, into Xana's room was body fluids, red stuff, or whatever. I mean, it could be a possibility.
See, I'm thinking. Well, no, that wouldn't. It wouldn't have happened that way. The way I'm thinking. I was trying to figure how Ethan would have came out in the hallway and confronted him, then sees the knife. Now he's going to run back and lock the door because he doesn't have a knife. And that guy's running back after him, and they have a confrontation in the hallway, and it carries on into the bedroom. Or was the hell of a fight in the second bedroom? Must have been
And,
in the second floor bedroom.
and that could be it too. That could have been what he meant by that, and just didn't specify an area. Uh, Cast Map, thank you so much for that super chat. And I said, do you have pics upstairs from backyard to parking lot? There is no stairs from the backyard to the parking lot or to the parking.
I I thought I heard that the crime scenes were pretty much only in the bedrooms. Like the blood hadn't came out of the bedroom. Oh, I'm
And
sorry, red stuff.
no, you're good. That could have been what he meant by it as well.
And wasn't there a detective who said this was the worst scene I've seen in 40 years,
Was that him or
or
was that the coroner?
in 30 years?
I remember that being said.
I want to say it was a detective that said it. Now I don't know what he's seen in 30 years. I mean, it's not like they're in Detroit, New York, or in my hometown where you'll see this kind of stuff every
Where
other
it's
night.
common, right? Oh wait, was that the Chief Rod that said that? I remember that being said, but I don't remember who said it.
Scarlett MP's in the back, or did you put her up already?
Hold on. I had her up a second ago. I didn't know she had fell off. Okay. All right, Marina, you up here with us?
Yes, thank you, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, William, that is true. William said to be fair, they had one crime in the last 7 years. Yeah, the one before this one was 2015.
And, I was going to say something. That judge might have had other M1 cases. He just might not have one in that county, but he's had it in that district.
True.
So, I was thinking about that last night.
Yeah, we need to find some more information on this judge.
Yeah.
Can
Well,
you?
Go ahead, Christy.
I forgot.
Can you what?
Roxy, it might have been the coroner that said that it was a bloody mess. I remember it being said. I just don't remember exactly who said it because so many people, as far as like Chief Wright and then I call the dude his twin. Roger Lanier has said a lot. The coroner has spoke a lot. So
well, I can remember this was the worst I've seen in 30 or 40 years. Now, I don't know how long that lady's been a coroner, but I want to say it was a detective that says it, and I'll see if I can find that information.
okay, it might have been Chief Wright, or I forgot what Roger Lanier's rank was. I want to say
Hey,
he was right
Scarlett,
under the chief. Yes.
have you, no, you can finish your thought. I just want to say something after.
No, you're good. I couldn't remember
Uh,
what Roger Lanier's rank was within the police department.
okay, it just has something to do with the corner. So, I watch a lot, I do watch a lot of true crime. And so, I've found out, like, some corners are, like, supposed to come out to crime scenes, and I guess it varies on states. Maybe Riddler knows more about that. I don't know. But I was just curious about that because like you hear about corners coming out and sometimes they don't, and so it's just different on. I know it's different on states. Uh,
I I thought
I guess
coroners have to release the body from the crime scene.
Yeah, because I don't think you can remove the body until the coroner comes out.
Coroners
yeah, but
have
yeah, exactly.
coroners go around with those vans, don't they?
Mhm.
Yes.
That's what I guess that's what I'm asking. So some states the coroner actually has to come out to like even let the body come into like the morgue to be able to do any of that the autopsy. But as in some states, you don't have to have the coroner come out. I guess that's kind of where my line is foggy.
Okay, Heaven Star says, and she's quoting something here, there was blood everywhere. We have investigators who have been on the job for 20, even 30 years, and they say that they have never seen anything like this. A police source close to the probe told and I don't know, she may be putting the rest of the comment in there, but is that the same one, Riddler, that you're talking about?
Yeah, mine came from the New York Post. And you
Okay.
see, it's identical to hers.
Okay, thank you, Heaven Star.
I remember what I wanted to say earlier.
Okay, go ahead.
So how long? Okay, how much time left does Ann Taylor have to ask for a change in venue?
Okay, hold on, I'll have to look that up.
Good question.
And Mary says Idaho rules, and you can read them online. Coroner isn't required to be there. So, Mary, I'll have to see if I can find the rules on it. But if the coroner isn't there at a crime scene like this, then who releases the bodies?
Thank you, Mary. Sorry, Scarlett.
No, you're good. Because I know, like in Louisiana, the bodies can't be moved until a coroner comes. And once the coroner does their thing, then the bodies can be removed, unless it's like someone who is like a hospice patient. Then the coroner is not required to be there. Just the hospice nurse has to be there. Okay, Crum Sleuth
Yeah,
says
it
the
might.
coroner is. Crum Sleuth says the coroner isn't required. The ME is. Thank you, Crum Sleuth.
In my horrible words, that's kind of what I meant to ask, or like trying to state. It's like, or, well, no, ask. Like in different states is different. The coroner doesn't have to. It's somebody else. Basically, what you said, Scarlett.
Okay. All right. Oh, okay. Hold on, y'all. I gotta go back to this one last thing before I click off of this because Altered Soul wanted me to go out to the front of the house. Where is it at? Is this the one, Altered Soul, that you were talking about, where it doesn't have Ethan's or his sister's vehicle in the front yard? I thought there was one that was on here that I looked at. Maybe not. Let's see.
Yeah, but that's just the old picture. I mean, there's
Um,
no snow, nothing on the ground. It's perfectly fine.
yeah, yeah. I don't know why they wouldn't have put their vehicles in there, unless it's just because those three vehicles belong to the victims. Um, I mean, they've got Maddie, or not Maddie, Kaylee's new SUV that she had just gotten like a few days before that in here. So that might have been the reason why they did it. It just because Ethan's Jeep and then his sister's SUV, they wasn't residents of the house, so that could be the reason why. And I thought, let me see. Nope, they didn't have it there. I thought I pulled one up a minute ago. Or was that on the shit, where's the maybe it was these. I thought that there was one that showed oh it was this one of the house or whatever, so I don't know, that might have been the reason why, I'm not sure. By the front. Okay, so wait, no, it's not an old picture. There's tape by the front door and the police vehicle. Let me go back. Yeah, because there is police tape up here. Okay. Yeah, and I mean, it couldn't have been too old of a picture because Kaylee, she had only had her SUV for just a few days. What was it, like the day before she came back to Moscow that she got her SUV? But whenever they were towed, there was snow all over the ground. Because I remember when they towed the vehicles, it left that bare spot where there wasn't any snow, and then like for like a day or two, you could see where each vehicle was parked, and there was still snow all around, but each one of those parking spots were bare. And it was still a sad sight to look at.
Yeah, but I still don't think that because it would have the other vehicle in there, the fifth vehicle, and
Yeah, I
her
don't.
vehicle was only there for what, one day?
Yeah, I believe she got it the day before she came, so it would have been there Friday, because Friday night is when she was Dylan's plus one. And then Saturday night, her and Maddie went out to the corner club, and then, of course, Sunday morning, tragedy struck. So it was there basically 2 nights uh, when this happened. But I don't know why they took their vehicles out of it. Because, like I said, when they were towed, there was snow on the ground when they were towing the vehicles away. I don't know. It's a very sad sight to look at, though, honestly. I've always just wondered why they photoshopped it out. I see the tape across the front of the house and the police car. Alter Soul, thank you for pointing that out because I didn't even I noticed the police car, but I didn't notice the police tape. Crime, sleep, and have a good night. Andy, how are you? I don't know, y'all. This is does anybody else have anything else they want to look at on here before I exit off of it? Philip, the yellow tape is it goes right up against the house, and they had put the yellow tape up above the front door, so they didn't have to keep, I guess, lifting it up to get into the front door. And it's just right there
And
up against the
wasn't the
house.
trash cans in the yard and not on the street?
Mm, let me get the drone shots, so we'll be able to see those better. Okay, so let's see. I don't know. You can't see them. Is
Because
there
that's
another?
where the glove was found, like right beside the trash can.
Yeah, well, right here you can't see the trash can, and this would have been right there close to when it happened. Uh, you can't see the trash can, so I'm assuming they're probably like over behind it, behind that vehicle. Yeah, see, they're right there. I don't know if you can see them, Ray, but they're like right on the other side of that black SUV. Let's see. This is a mashup. They photoshopped the cop vehicle in there and other details. This is from that tour video.
Scarlett, I like even being just in back chat because with this I can actually zoom in without like messing up my phone.
Are you able to see
It's
it
kind of
okay?
fun. Yeah, I can actually zoom in like the way that you do on an iPhone because I have an Android now, unfortunately. So yeah, no,
Okay.
it's really cool. I love it.
All right. Crime Sleeping, thank you so much for coming and hanging out with us. I hope you have a good night.
Night crime sleuthing.
Let's see. There was something else. Betty Joe, isn't your surgery Friday? No, wait. Tuesday. Isn't your surgery Thursday?
Yep.
Is that right? The 10th? Yeah, I don't even know what because it's
Yeah, I told you in back chat earlier, but you probably missed it. It's Thursday.
okay. Yes, Thursday. Okay. Well, I'm hoping that everything goes good, and if you can, Betty Joe, like let us know how it goes. Here, through the foliage, no sound in the background anywhere. I don't know. I'm glad they pointed that out because I didn't even, like I said, I seen the cop car there, but I didn't see the police tape. So it more than likely they probably did all of that, altered it at some point.
So where at do they think he parked? Or
Um,
have they even indicated where he parked?
no, because they just say that he's seen leaving at 420 at a high rate of speed, but whenever he goes through at 404, they don't never say, does he go up this little road right here and go back here? Does he circle around these apartments, like we've seen on the Linda Lane, like you can circle all the way around and come out back here? They never indicate where he parks at. I mean, I'm thinking
In
if he
my
comes through the
opinion,
back door, he would have parked back here.
yeah. Also, in my opinion, there's no way he's gonna park in the actual driveway to try to make an escape like that, right? Like
I
that's just a
wouldn't
lot
think
more
so.
time.
Because, I mean, if you're going to park in somebody's driveway and go in their house and do this, you're going to want your car pointing where it's going out of the driveway. Like you can just hop in your car and go
It,
straight out the driveway and ain't got to back up and all that.
exactly. So he might even be on the other side of the road, facing the other way to go just out.
But I just have a feeling it was back here because if y'all remember, and let me grab let me go to Google Maps because it'll be easier to show it that way. And then I've got
Huh.
some pictures
That's
that I'm going to bring up.
that's a great point, actually. Like parking in that end street, because then you're literally facing that way, no matter what. It doesn't matter how you park.
All right, let me pull this back up. on. Okay, here we go. All right, so I'm thinking back here in this parking area because if y'all remember, I forgot what YouTuber it was that was up there that they had this whole area back here taped off and they were back there searching.
It's also a great way to be out of sight too, if he
Oh
was
yeah,
nervous at all.
because you got all these trees right here. And I mean, if you were just, even if he parked in this little area, now, and it's probably blurry if I zoom it in anymore, but this little area right here where they're parking on the side of the street and it'd be easy just to, the driver's side of the vehicle is on the side that the girl's house is on. You go down that little hill and you're just right up against the house. You got a lot of
Yeah, you
coverage.
also, and it's also 4 a.m., so like you're not really looking for a suspicious vehicle. I hope
Right.
not.
Hey, Buzz, how are you?
Okay, in that picture, let's say he did park there. Show me with your pointer which way he exited.
He would have went out this way, I would think. Because if not,
Uh,
the only other way would be going around this way, all the way back around to the front of these apartments and back out this way.
okay, and if you could, and I hope I'm not asking too much,
No, you're
show
good.
me the camera that's got him at 420, or the area where he's at 420. They're claiming.
It doesn't say exactly where the camera is, but I'm thinking either this house right here where it says 712, or maybe this one over here is the 720, or this house right here that had the light bulb camera on the front door caught him going through at 720. But it had to have been somewhere in this vicinity to show that he was leaving at a high rate of speed at 720. Because they're claiming, like, I know that at this
420.
house right here, I'm sorry, 420. They're claiming that he can be seen right here making the 3-point turn. More than likely, that's going to be from that light bulb camera at the on the front porch of this house right here. Lauren, yes, what
Good
part of
night,
the
sweet
PCA?
misery. Sorry.
Christy, have a good night. So I don't know exactly because I never have said what camera picked him up at 420.
Scarlett, I would think that that's going to come out in court. They probably are kind of keeping that
Oh
a little bit
yeah,
hush hush.
yeah. That'll all of that. They'll have all that out at trial. Let's see. I thought it was Ridge Road, Walenta camera with a leaving at a high rate of speed. Mm, hold on. Let me go back to the PCA because it says. Hold on. I gotta find it. Let me find where it says 420. Give me just 1 second.
What a choice of time.
So we get the Ridge Road from not the PCA, but Ann Taylor, right? Because that's a little cross street that kind of, she says he's going the opposite direction of what they said he was going.
Yeah, and Ridge Road is right here. It says Walenta Drive and Ridge Road, but Walenta Drive. Okay, you leave King Road, you turn left onto Taylor. You go this way, it turns into Walenta Drive. You get down here, you would take another left, and that turns into Ridge Road. But it says in the PCA, the suspect vehicle 1 is seen departing the area of the King Road residence at approximately 4:20 a.m. at a high rate of speed. Suspect vehicle 1 is next observed traveling southbound on Walenta Drive. Based on my knowledge of the area and review of camera footage in the neighborhood, that does not show suspect vehicle 1 during that time frame. I believe that suspect vehicle 1 likely exited the neighborhood at Police River Drive. And then there was another. I gotta go find where the other one was. Okay, and then the other part that it says about 420 is just there's multiple sightings of suspect vehicle 1 starting at 3:29 and ending at 4:20. Gigi, Christy is Sweet Misery. I'm used to calling her Christy. I'm sorry. Where did my map go? Oh, here we go. So if he would have went with Linta Drive this way, he would have literally went to a dead end road. Now I gotta find Palouse. So if he would have went Ridge Road, he would have went this way down to Conestoga. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Out this way. And I had all this roads or mapped out. Because now I don't see Palouse River Drive. Oh, shit. He said Sand Road. I'll have to go find because I think I took a screenshot of it whenever I had done the lines or whatever, trying to map it out.
My
Is Ridge
neighbor's
Road a
house caught
route,
on fire
Scarlett?
today.
What is it, Ray?
I said my neighbor's house caught on fire today.
Is everybody okay?
Yeah, it started in like the backyard in a shed, and then it transferred to the house next door.
Oh wow, hate to hear that. What was you saying, Marina?
Um, is Ridge Road a route road? Like the black and white, like Ridge Road? Or is it just
Okay,
a
no,
random road?
it's just a road that goes through
The
the
one that comes
Okay.
neighborhood.
off the horseshoe there.
Yeah, see, this
It's
is
just
Willing to Drive, and you just turn off of Willing to Drive onto Ridge Road, and then it comes out,
okay.
circles around right there, and then comes out way up here on Lauder Avenue.
Does it continue on? Does it continue on?
No, it ends right here at Lauder Avenue.
Okay.
And then
Okay.
Lauder
Okay. Okay.
Avenue goes out to Taylor Avenue, or it goes out to Main Street, which is just one block over from uh, Taylor Avenue.
I don't mean to deflect, but you said Main Street, right? Has anyone noticed there's a Main Street in every town? Every town. There's a Main Street where I live.
Yes,
A
there
random
is.
town in Maryland. There's always a Main Street. Main Street, USA.
All right. Um, hold on, y'all. I'm trying to get my chat to work because Betty Joe, like I was saying a minute ago, just let us know how it goes if you're able to, and we're gonna be praying for you that everything turns out good, and that once your eyes heal, you'll be able to see everything. Okay. And I'll have to find my screenshot that I did with the Palouse River Drive and all that, because I had another map that I had done and did the screenshot. What is this? Let me. Okay, I want to bring this up real quick. Give me just a second because this is where someone was asking in chat a little while ago about uh, Miss Gonzalez's. Hey, Yamaha biker, how are you? Her tattoo that she got. So I was sent a picture of it, and it's a little blurry, but you can kind of see what it says.
Is that the one with the crossing flowers?
Yes, this is. I didn't know she got it, but this is the first time I'd seen it. But it says Kaylee, Jade, and Maddie May. So I like it. It's very nice. And like I said, it's a little blurry, but uh, you can make out what it says there. And this is the one that they were talking about. And Riddler, is this the one that you've seen in the backseat of the cop car?
That was it. Yeah, that was so. Oh, and then yes, then he got into it about the white truck.
The white truck that's in the
Yeah, we
when
were
the
on. We were on Melissa J's. It's the white truck, and like the white truck you saw at the Grubhub
oh
or
yeah, when the
Grubhub,
girls
the
are
Grub truck area,
uh-huh. Yeah.
and then there's a white truck out in front of the house that night. I think
In
it's there the next morning too. That white truck in front of the house,
in front of the girls' house?
on parked on the side of the road. Yeah,
Oh,
he showed a white truck out there,
I
and
don't
he
remember
went on
that.
that for a while. He had all the videos. He sent them to Melissa J. He said, "Hey, go fire them up. I'll tell you what time stamps or all that." And
Hmm.
some, you know how it works on some of these channels.
Right.
They
Yeah.
make you want to believe what they're saying, and if I can capture your attention for 7 minutes, I can make you believe everything I just said. And that's what a lot of people do.
Yeah.
It
I
takes
mean,
someone really smart. They'll see it through it before the 7 minute mark or get away from it. But I mean, why do people cry in theaters? It's not a true story.
right.
Nobody actually drowned. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
Titanic,
Hmm.
Leonardo DiCaprio, he did not pass away. He's going to be in the next movie in the next hour. If you want to come back, you can see him again.
Right.
But during the movie Titanic, when he went under, everybody just started bawling out crying. But people get tricked like that, and they watch these things, and they actually. The scary part is people that believe it.
Hmm. Yeah, and somebody said, okay, so Renee Tate said the white truck, and he said that there were all these people that no one else could see. I'm gonna have to go back and watch Melissa's thing now so I can see it. Because I do remember the video of Maddie, Kaylee, and Hoodie Guy walking down the street. In there, you can see that white truck that kind of like goes by them real slow and then parks. You can see it pull in behind them. And I just thought maybe there's a business there behind where they've done walked and they were pulling in there to pick up somebody that they knew that's about to get off work or going to eat or something like that.
Hey, Scarlett, do we know
Uh,
anyone on chat that's from Idaho? Like, actually? Like, from
uh,
that area?
I don't know if there's anybody from the Moscow area. I know Boz used to. I think he's from that area. I don't know if he still lives there or not. And then there's somebody else that comes in here. I don't remember who it is. That's from Idaho as well, but I don't think they're from that area.
Okay, just wondering.
You know what was ironic? We were on a. This is when I first got into these crime channels back in November when this happened, and we ended up getting a guy from Washington that lived near Pullman, and he says I would keep my eyes on the state of Washington because he names all the SKs that came out of there. He said there's some really bizarre things going on over there right now,
Hmm.
and it was amazing. But that's before we even knew who did this. Back then, everybody was looking at Hoodie Guy, and everybody was. Then they went to the guy next door that's a cook that works, the neighbor, and the guy walking the dog. They all started blaming him. They blamed everybody for it until BK got arrested.
Yeah, there was Jeremy, E9, Jack D, Hoodie Guy. Um, who else was it? The Sigma Chi.
Jackass.
Yeah, Hoodie Guy. Yeah.
Yeah, don't forget Adam.
Oh yeah. Not forget Adam. Hey,
Adam
Tonka.
moved to Austin and got married.
Did he really? Well, I knew that he had moved to Texas, or that's what I'd heard, but I didn't know he got married.
Yeah, moved to the same place that Kaylee was
Kaylee
going.
was supposed to go to. Hmm. See, it was off the wall in a huge stretch. You should definitely watch it. I needed the eyebrow pencil. I had to go back and listen to it. William, he said that Adam got married. So yeah, I had heard that he had moved down there, but I didn't know he got married. Ray, do you know who it was that he married, or is it anybody that we've heard of in this case?
I don't. They never mentioned who he married. I just heard
Okay,
that he moved to Austin and got married. I just thought it was kind of coincidental that he moved to the same place that Kaylee was going to.
right,
From everything that I've like seen and researched, apparently they all kind of knew each other in different type of circles. If it's not directly, it's indirectly, and that's the same way it is in Maryland. Even like everybody knows everyone somehow. It's just so strange. I mean, it's small world, a small big world.
right. All right, y'all. It's showing that we have 334 people in here, and we only have 155 likes. So let's see if we can get the likes up closer to the 300 mark, if possible. All right, Boz, I just dropped the link for you. Was there any cameras on the Queen apartments? Cat's map, it does say in the PCA that this car goes and turns around in front of Queen Road Apartments number 52. But if the Linda Lane footage is real, then they could have been getting that information from the Linda Lane camera because of it showing, the white car, which we still don't know if it's a suspect vehicle or not, but it does show that car turning around there in front of those apartments. So that could be where they're getting that information from. Unless there's some ring cameras or something like that that people have. All right, let me bring Boz up here. All right, Boz, how are you? Oh, can you hear us, Boz?
Yeah. Hello, everybody.
How are you?
I'm good. How you doing?
Hi, boss.
Hi, boss.
Yeah, let me double check, make sure I hit the like button. I just hit the like button, and I know everybody else can do it too.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome. What up, Riddler? How you doing?
Doing fine, boss.
Hey, that image you have on your screen, that device in the back seat.
Okay, and your Boz, you're breaking up a little bit. You're like cutting in and out.
Oh no. Let me see. Let me check my microphone. I might have to switch it to my studio microphone.
Okay.
Uh, am I still breaking up now?
No, now you're not.
Okay. That image you have on your screen.
Yes.
Um, I'm not trying to pat my own self on my back or anything, but I'm one of the first people that discovered that from the
Oh,
Banfield video.
did it? Wait, is it still up there?
Yeah,
Okay.
on
Okay.
my feed it is. Well, actually, let me. It's actually lagging behind. So
Riddler, is it still up there for you?
No, ma'am.
okay, it's gone for mine now.
Okay,
Mine's
give me
lost.
just 1 second because I was clicking on stuff trying to exit off of stuff that I had pulled up and I must have accidentally hit it.
Okay.
Okay, there we go. I'm gonna move some stuff around here too. That way I can keep it pulled up and I won't.
Yeah.
Okay, now we got it.
Okay. Um, I was one of the first ones that brought that to the attention of the true crime community. I want to say as soon as, like, not too long after that Banfield video was released, um, Midnight Radio and we did an episode about that device. And
Okay.
we even had an investigator confirm what it was. I knew exactly what it was because, like I mentioned before, I'm an ex-gunner's mate from the Navy. And we used to use a device like that, very similar to that. I could even tell you the name brand of that device. It's made by Secure Life. And that's the case for it. And it looks like it's probably inside of the case, but it's a night vision.
Okay.
It's a night vision scope.
Okay.
And last night, Riddler, on Melissa Jade's show?
Yes, sir. It was last night.
The guy, Rollo Mota, he came up there and he had shared a video that I was already aware of as well, but the video has that device as a Stingray device, and it's not a Stingray device. And bless his heart was in the right place.
Mhm.
But if you get a chance to go watch that episode, I recommend not, because it disturbed me to witness how people were treating him, like in the chat, and the way that Melissa was talking to him. He had a slight language barrier. He didn't speak perfect English. And I just don't think people were being fully fair to him because he wasn't able to articulate himself as well as what he probably would have been able to in his native language, if that makes any sense.
Okay.
But it was, I lost a lot of respect for Melissa Jade last night, and I probably won't watch her show anymore because of how they were treating that guy. Like, true enough, like I said, bless his heart. His heart was in the right place. He was a little off on a lot of things. He was seeing things that nobody was seeing, but the way that he was being treated was not cool at all. And I just wanted to speak on that. That's kind of why I came in here, because I heard you guys mentioning him.
Okay, and you're saying that this night vision scope that's sitting in the back of this cop car, it doesn't have the Stingray thing on it?
No, that has nothing. That's
okay.
Yeah, that particular one right there is made by Secure Life, and I even, if my memory serves me correct, one of the undercover cops in that video, he's wearing a hat that has the brand logo of that night vision scope that's in the back seat. If you were to Google, let's say, Secure Life night vision scope, it would pull up and you would see the monitor and the scope and the end. It's an attachment that can fit on a rifle, or one that you can use separately, like with a tripod or a shoulder mount.
Okay. Let's see here. And it's the one that's got like a screen on it?
Yeah. It might show like a picture of a wolf, like in black and white and like infrared or something like that. But yeah, it's spelled secure, like how secure is normally spelled, and life is spelled Lyfe.
Okay, yeah, because the first one, whenever I go to their website, it's like a black and white one, and it has a screen on it and all that.
Yeah, and like I said, Midnight and I did we did a whole episode about that thing months ago, and the big question is what is MPD riding around? But okay, let's just say it's one of three things. It's a night vision scope, or like Rollo said last night, it's a Stingray device, or let's say it's an assault rifle. Either one, what is that doing riding around unsecured in the back seat of a Ford Fusion? You know, these guys had to get out their car and go chase these students across Banfield, and they're just leaving that device in their back seat, regardless of what it is. So, but I'm pretty assured, I'm like 99.99999% assured that is a night vision scope. But the big question is what are they doing with that? And it makes sense that the one cop in the other body cam video was like, oh, look at that JBL speaker from 16 miles away over there. I'm exaggerating, but
Right.
they're showing a pattern that they've been watching these girls or that house from afar. Especially when they're up there on Walenta Drive, they have a perfect view to look in. I mean, that car could just pull over to the side of the road and just start peeking and peering into people's windows from a pretty good distance.
That's interesting. I'm gonna have to look through their website though. I've never heard of them before.
Yeah. Put that's one of the police forces do when it comes to night vision, scope and stuff like that. But that particular one that's in the back seat, I'm pretty sure it's that brand. I took one look at it, and you, when you see it in the video, the average eye won't even catch it because it goes by so quick. I broke down that video millisecond by millisecond, starting from the very beginning to the very end, and that's how I came across that device. And it's at a very split-second moment when the cop is getting back into the car when he's going to either write the ticket or when they're done writing the ticket.
Yeah, because I remember watching the body cam footage, but I don't remember seeing that back there.
Yeah, it's on the JRLR video. It's at the very end, like at the 43-minute mark towards the end. And then on the Law and Crime, I can't remember exactly where it's at, the time mark on that one. I have it all in my notes somewhere. I'm just not really prepared to pull it all up because, like I said, it was from almost 5-6 months ago when I was kind of discovered that.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And then, like I said, Midnight had his investigative team from Midnight Radio. They did some back-end research, and he's also military trained as well, and they all agree that that's exactly what it is.
Law and Crime is awesome. I will say that. I love Law and Crime.
But that video that he was referencing, the Rolo Mota that he was referencing last night that showed that device as a Stingray device, it's a really good video, and it does make sense, but it's long. It's really long, and that was one of the problems last night is that naturally Melissa J didn't want to watch a 46-minute video on her channel, and she was trying to ask him, where's that? Where's it at? And, it pops up so many times in that video. Don't die 509. Please ask boss if a member of SWAT have one. I'm answering a question in the chat. I normally don't read the chat, but I don't know the answer to that question. I'm assuming that SWAT would have that device or a night vision, some type of night vision material, whether it be the goggles or a smaller handheld scope, but I'm pretty sure they would have something like that.
Was Moscow? I'm sorry. I just
Go
want to
ahead,
ask,
Ray.
was Moscow's police force large enough to have a SWAT team? Do we have a SWAT team?
Well, they just upgraded.
I would wonder that too.
They just upgraded their police station. So now they have a brand new police station, a new facility. It's all new. Now, as far as SWAT, they probably are linked in with like a joint task force, like Tri-County, or like probably with Pullman or some of those areas. But as far as Moscow, I couldn't see them. I'm sorry, I couldn't see Moscow really needing a SWAT, but I could see them having one.
My question was actually for you. So I didn't mean to interrupt you. My phone's lagging like crazy. Anyway, when you said that they just upgraded their task force, did they do that after this whole debacle or tragedy? Sorry.
No,
Did they do it after or before?
It was right before. Their new facility was completed right before. It used to be more downtown, if I remember correctly, and now it's more off of the highway. It's not even in the
Uh,
same facility, so they didn't even build it on the same original land.
okay.
Uh,
Okay, so they didn't like do it after the fact.
no, no, but it is pretty much
Okay.
brand new. I think it's only about a year or two old. Their new facility, but um, why would a detective might need something like that, or a narcotics detective, but not undercover cops in a Ford Fusion that are harassing kids, in a college area.
Sounds like the place I grew up in. It's like literally everything that you did was drunk driving. Just because I grew up in a very, very safe place. And I still live there, but yeah.
Hey, Scarlett,
Uh huh.
Boz,
I
Boz, I was going to ask you about the picture that he showed in that
uh
video, and it looks like either a computer screen or television is showing no internet connection. Do we know when that picture was taken? Not when it was published, but when it was taken.
I believe it was taken like the first like 48 hours of the crime scene being processed. I remember seeing that like the first couple days that this event occurred. It um it was like one of the first photos that was actually surfaced about that house or the situation besides the kids standing outside. So I'm assuming it was taken after the event occurred. I was doing some digging today,
Hmm.
and I found an article like about a year ago. They had the 15-year reunion of a cop that got killed in the line of duty there in Moscow, Idaho. His name was Lee Newbill, and four people got killed that day. Right? It was the officer, um, the guy who did the shooting, and he killed his wife, and he also killed. He broke into a church across the street from the sheriff's department, the original police station, and started shooting into it. He unloaded like hundreds of rounds or whatsoever. But it's kind of odd that the first 911 call was placed at 11:22, um, and the headline also reads "Four dead in the city of Moscow" or something like that. But it's just kind of weird that little hole. I did some digging into that. I was doing some research on old Douglas Wilson and Christchurch, and then that article came up and whatsoever. But
Yeah, I've heard a
it's
lot of crazy stuff about that church.
yeah,
I
yeah.
respect.
At the very beginning, before they even announced the suspect, I was trying to like, you know, figure out what type of person, what kind of monster would do this thing, and I came to a conclusion that whoever did this had a god complex. And so I started doing more research on god complexes, and the top three professions for a person that has a god complex. And the reason why I say they had a god complex, because naturally they killed four people, but they also left two people alive, which is kind of like judge and jury, someone with a god complex. But the three main occupations that a person with a god complex will have is a police officer, uh, like a philosopher, not a philosopher, a professor, a professor, somebody that's like involved in education, and oh, someone with like religious, like a reverend or something like that.
Uh, what? Hold on, what did I call you? I don't even know what your. I can't really read your name.
It's
But I'm agreeing with you.
just boss, just plain old boss.
Boss. So basically, so boss. Yes, it's basically people in power, or at least think they're in power when it comes to religion. Okay, but we'll not get into that. But yes, when it comes to police force, like it's a power incentive, in my opinion, and psychologically a lot of times.
Yeah, and it's just like interesting that a lot of people in this true crime community, they keep pointing at three bad actors or three groups of bad actors, either Douglas Wilson and his church fanatics, the MPD, or Bryan Kohberger. and all three of them fit the dang profile. And it's just like, how ironic is that? I don't know. I just still keep saying something ain't right with this case, and I'm very familiar with the corruption in Moscow and in Idaho in general. Just hopefully we get to learn the truth about it. I still say we need to see the body cam footage from 8/21/22. I think that will tell us a lot.
I wonder why they haven't released that, or nobody's asked for. Well, I'm sure people have FOIA'd it, but apparently they haven't released it to anybody.
Yeah, and it's weird because I read an article today. It was about Moscow's updated facility in their new jail and their new police cars and their whole new technology that they have. And they said that all cop cars have body cams, and they said that all uniformed officers have body cams as well, and they're all activated off of either lights or off of voice. So they can't say that it's not there.
Go on.
I'm just saying they can't say that it doesn't exist or it's not there, because I read an article today and it said that all police vehicles and all uniformed officers have these devices on them in Moscow.
Boss, if you think about it though, anyone can write whatever they, especially like, honestly, that's where I hate media, and I don't hate media. Sorry, I don't hate media. I don't. Law enforcement can protect their own. Honestly, like all this stuff that you said that they've had before the unalivings, they could have happened after the fact, and they're trying to cover their tracks, and they're going to protect their own. It's like that's where I was like, who's going to actually come out and say that that's not the truth? So we're taking them at their word, because even policemen, and I have my hearts for policemen. A lot of them are really great, but they can still be flawed and they can still lie, and that's where it's hard for me to grasp. Like I'll still just but I'm very untrusting just in general. That's my nature. It's just hard.
No, and it makes sense because, like, I come to the conclusion that the vendetta was against the house and not necessarily the people in the house. They were, I think they just, no matter who was in that house that night, I think the real problem was with that house, and that's what I just keep coming back to. And if that is the case, then somebody was making those cops' jobs hard, and that's why they had a vendetta against that house, or there was some real estate issues going on that is bigger than our comprehension.
I got a question for you, boss.
Yeah, what's up, Ray?
About the equipment. Did they have license plate readers?
To be honest with you, the article didn't mention that, but I know that well, hold on. Do you mean like stationary or like within the vehicles?
Within the vehicles, hooked up to a program. Like out here, they drive around the neighborhoods and they read everybody's license plate that's in their driveways, and if it's expired, you get a ticket.
Now, Washington, I know that they have that for a fact. My sister is a federal probation officer in the state of Washington. So I know that Washington has that. Now, Idaho, I do not think that they do. And the reason why I say that is because their tactics on how they police. Like, they get behind you and they run your plates. You know what I mean? You don't pass a cop and then he just pulls you over and like, oh, it came up in, I know what the code is or whatever the system's called. I can't think of it right now, but I don't think Idaho has that, but I know that Washington does. And I know that Texas does, and I know that California does. Not every state participates in that.
Yeah, I was just thinking of a different avenue.
Yeah, but if they really had his license plate, they would have given that information to the public within 48 hours. That would have been the proper and correct thing to do as law enforcement. They should have let the community feel safe and secure and let them know that we know exactly who it is. And here's the information. And if you see this car with these plates or this person, identification, let us know. You know, so I don't think they have any of that information.
Okay, sorry, y'all. I had to mute for a second.
It's okay. I was rambling anyways.
Oh no, you're good. Okay, I gotta get back into chat now.
And even from the very beginning, I still don't think that these crimes happened at the time that they say they did either. I think it happened more like in between 5 and maybe 6 in the morning.
I'm kind of with you there, but I mean, it's just hard to grasp being able to do that type of carnage in that short of a time window.
I think it's almost physically impossible with one knife, and especially if you have 2 people in each room.
In each room, yeah.
I saw some story today about Kaylee and Maddie, and they were talking about how athletic they were, and even Ethan. You know, all these students were all these young lives were athletic. They weren't slouchy couch potato people. They've probably been playing soccer. You know, that's what everyone does in that region. They play soccer since, dang near from the time that they can walk. Just 7 minutes. I calculated that it came down to about 7 minutes. If the time frame of what they're giving us is correct, if Xana got off the phone off of TikTok at 4:12, and they show his vehicle leaving at 4:20, which take a minute or two off for that, you're looking at 6 to 7 minutes in a 3-story house like that. And they still haven't even told us how he got in the house, so it's like they haven't. It's I don't think it's possible unless you had them subdued with a gun or something else. Like, that's the only way I could see it physically happening.
William said he calculated around 30 minutes.
Yeah. How could that be?
From 4:04, let's say 2 minutes, 4:06, you got to park the car. You got to get out of the car. I mean, how far did you have to drive to park the car? You got to go into the building, and then you have to give time from, 4:17 is supposedly when, the last little bit happened.
Right.
4:12 is when Xana was on TikTok, so it's like we definitely know it's not 30 minutes according to the timeline that they've presented to us. Even 30 minutes, I think, it's just, to me, it just, I would also like to see the toxicology report, because the only way I could see something like that happening is if you have 4 unconscious bodies, not sleeping bodies, but 4, let's say 4 bodies that overdosed on fentanyl, and you need to cover up a drug overdose, and so you're going to make it seem like it was a stabbing, and that way you wouldn't have no DNA transfer, because there would have to be his skin underneath one of those person's fingernails. Now, come on.
Mm-hmm.
If I've experienced adrenaline before, I know what adrenaline is and what kind of superpowers you can get when you can go from being drunk to sober.
I went from my bed in my boxers in the AM to lifting a car off a person.
Sorry, go ahead.
How long did it take Bundy to hit those girls in Tallahassee? I know 2 passed away and I think 2 lived. It only took a few minutes, didn't it?
I think he was trying to do some sexual assault stuff too, though, wasn't he?
Who, Ted?
Yeah.
I don't know if he was with those 4 girls. I know he went back down the street. I mean, just blocks away, and he made another attack down there. Now, that one might have been a essay, but when he went to the sorority house, I believe he went up the stairs. Nobody heard him. Went in the room. He had a log that he had picked up out in the yard, and he just banged him over the head with it. One girl couldn't scream because her jaw was dislocated.
Yeah.
and somebody just heard a little, like a thug or a knock upstairs,
I
and
don't.
he exited and then drove off, went down the street, got him another girl, female.
But by that time, he was pretty well seasoned, right? He had already. I'm not. I don't know
Well, oh
much
yeah,
about.
yeah. This was like number 80, I would say. Yeah, if you want to keep count.
Yeah, he probably had natural muscle memory on just exactly what to do. But
Yeah, well, he got real sloppy on the end.
yeah,
I don't know what was going through his mind, but he got real sloppy on the end, and that's where he made his mistake. And it really caught everybody's attention when he went to Lake City, Florida, and he deceased a junior high girl. But his court case was televised on TV. I think it's probably the first one, and he was representing himself. And a lot of people in America said he was winning until those bite marks came out.
I'm still here, y'all. I'm just trying to catch up in chat real quick.
But see, what we don't know is how many times each person was hit with a knife.
Yeah, they never did say like how many wounds there were and all that, which will probably come out at the trial. I think anyway.
See, Danny Rolling, when he hit down in Gainesville, it was always 5 to the back. K-bar.
Mm.
Now,
Yeah.
boss, could you see people on that truck? And he says, "Oh, see their face? I couldn't see it. I was
not
trying hard." I says, "Let me relax my eyes. Let me strengthen my eyes. Let me tighten up here." I couldn't find it anywhere.
not at all. And be honest with you, I've paid zero attention to any of the Linda Lane footage ever since it got released. I because I just don't see anything in any of those videos. This is 2000.
Okay, so you saw the same thing I saw.
Dude, there's 4K, 8K, 16K cameras out nowadays. It's like you're gonna have to show me something way more better than what they showed in that video to convince me, because I see nothing and I hear nothing in that video, and I have sound processors. I can amplify the sound. I can do it all, and I just it's a waste of my time. There's no information in that footage.
Yeah, I don't think the audio was legit. Maybe the visual part of it might have been, even though it was like, what, 2 minutes off from what the PCA said. But that whole audio that people were trying to pass off as that being the girls when they got home at 1:56, and that some were trying to say that that's when all this took place. It's as soon as they got home and all that. Yeah, I just don't. I don't
Now I
think that
got
was
I got
right.
lost a little bit last night because, like you said, he did have his dialect. There was there's a little bit of broken English, but bless his heart, he's doing as good as he could. The white truck, what was he insinuating there? Was that the one that was he saying the one that was at the grub truck area is the same one parked out in front of the house?
I don't think they gave him the opportunity to fully explain himself. I couldn't correlate with how he was trying to tie it in. I know he had said that it looked like there was a propane tank on the back, or maybe a hydrogen tank. I don't know. Um, just yeah, I just felt he was reaching a little bit, and I just wasn't going to go down that rabbit hole with him. Just my spirit just tells me that that's not the direction to go in this case. Like, for the most part, these students they're good kids. They're kids,
Mm-hmm.
I have a hard time fathoming, and like I said, I grew up in this region. I know the nature of and nobody's perfect. Anybody can do anything at any given moment. But the overall nature of those kids in that area, that's not them. This is somebody who is like bloodthirsty, that loves to hunt, that loves to gut animals. um, power hungry, like, and like, if honestly, if I was to throw a dart at a board, and just based off all the personalities I've seen from all the body cam footage and the stories and everything I've read and seen, and I don't know if I can say this, but I just, can I say it, Scarlett?
What is it that you want to say?
It's your opinion, you
In
know.
yes, thank you. In my opinion, I think Blaker. I think Blaker is. I think he's the one. Just something just keeps telling me, and I'm
Wait, Blaker or Paint?
Blaker, and maybe even Payne too, and the two undercover
Okay.
cops at the but Blaker, he's the one. And I had mentioned this before about my situation of being there, which was about like 20 years ago, right? When I was locked up there. And I seen about 4 or 5 cops, Moscow Police Department cops, just literally beat the skin and beat the meat off of a person inside of a jail cell for no reason, just for the color of his skin. And I started thinking about this earlier today when I was researching and doing my reading, and those officers' names, it was showing how long they've been in the department. They were there during that time. So they very easily could have been those officers that could have just been beating the brakes off of that dude that I witnessed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Due to the fact that I smoke weed every day, all day, my memory is not the best at remembering faces. But there's a great, huge, high possibility that a few of these cops that are still on the force were those same cops. And if that is the case, all they did is just get gray, but they haven't grown. They came in corrupt, so they're going to leave corrupt. They're not just going to, oh, I'm going to quit being corrupt in the middle of my career and, I'm a good cop now. Like, no, these dudes are some really bad cops.
So you think all of them from that area are bad?
They all have to be. You can't be a cop over there, and if you're not doing what they're doing, you're going to be exiled out that force. And that's just like policing in general. If you're not, there's police forces that predominantly have good cops, and you got a couple crooked ones. But when you have a higher concentration of bad cops, and just due to the region and the location of Moscow and just all this other weird politics, I can't help but to believe that if one cop there is bad, all of them are bad there.
Because there are other places. I'm from Louisiana, and there's some areas here you have a bad cop here or there, but I don't think that just because there's one bad cop on the force that they all are.
Yeah, no.
Now, one bad cop makes all the rest of them look bad.
I told you that the town near me, it's called Antioch, California. You can look it up. Just within, like, let's say the last year, that half of their police force was caught with corruption and fired. And they're probably seeing
their own internal gang force as well, right? Was that the same one?
I'm not sure who they are, but like I said, you could look it up. You could Google it.
And to be honest with you, for the record, I live here in Arkansas now. I got the hell up out of there. I got up out of there. I got tired of being harassed every day by police. And the cops here are hella cool. I have no problem with any of these cops here. Like all of them, like every single one of them I've met. They're outstanding people. So it's like, I'm not a cop hater, at all by any means. But I understand Idaho very well. I understand Spokane very well. I understand Montana very well. And you got some power hungry people here that's been holding. It's generational as well. On top of that, it's just the corruption runs rampant over there. Mm-hmm. But it looks good. They make it look good.
Ray, you're talking about Antioch. I was watching videos on First Amendment audits, Boy, them auditors hit that police department hard.
Please don't think that I was coming at any cop or anything because I think they do a great job in general.
All right,
I
Marina,
just
we
think
can't
that they're
understand
bad.
you. Marina,
Oh, okay.
you're like really muffled sounding.
Just if those cops were able to steal my gun in Idaho, they could have very easily stolen the knife from Bryan Kohberger and planted it in the house. It's just that simple for me because I've personally experienced it. You know, that's why I hold on to that thought because they've already proven to me that they're able to be that corrupt. I'm just fortunate that, that gun that officer stole from me hadn't been used in a crime to my knowledge to this day.
Okay, and you never reported yours stolen, right?
Heck no.
Why not?
It was 20 years ago. It was a little bit different world than what it is now. And when your life is in the hands of these cops, literally, and when they're threatening you and telling you what you're going to do and what you're not going to do, and when you're in a little tiny country town, they got you in a grain mill in a grain silo with the shotgun at your head, or you just seen the skin being beaten off of somebody, you're going to conduct yourself a little bit differently, especially if you're young. Now that I'm older, I'm a little bit older now and understand my constitutional rights a little bit better and know how to,
Articulate yourself.
yeah, it's a little bit different, but, just
I mean, because I'm from a very small, like the parish that I live in isn't that big, and I've lived here 42 years, like my entire life. If a cop here did something like that to me, I'm turning that shit in, even if I have to go above their head,
right.
just because of the fact of if something was to happen with that weapon that's in my name or belong to me, I don't want that shit blowing back on me.
Well, like myself, like Boss said, when he was younger, things are different. And I love cops, don't get me wrong, but most of my interactions with cops were cops being dirty, not doing their job properly, or trying to make something happen.
And
I used to sell drugs, and I know somebody that I used to sell drugs for in my town that is on the police force right now. And the last time when I was doing that and I got pulled over by the cops, all they wanted to do was find my drugs. I didn't get a ticket. I didn't get nothing. They searched my car. They couldn't find them, and they were right there in front of me.
And Scarlett, I think policing's kind of the same, maybe a little bit here in Arkansas as what it is in Louisiana. I'm in Southeast Arkansas, so I'm really close to Louisiana.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like where I live, there's more accountability. Like everyone knows everyone here, and this is where I live. So like, say if an officer wrongs me here in my city, I can easily go to one of my cousins and say, "Who is that cop's family?" And they can say, "Oh, that's Jonah Smith's family, and I know his grandma. She used to, yada yada yada." You know what I'm saying? So there's more accountability when you live in that city and it's a smaller town like that. But when you're not, see, I'm not from Idaho. I'm from Spokane, Washington, and I've lived in that whole region a lot of my younger life. So I'm not from Idaho, and so when you're going through Idaho, and at that time I was actually living in Las Vegas, and so my vehicle had Nevada plates on it. So sort of like Bryan Kohberger's situation, driving to Moscow with Pennsylvania plates. They're gonna target you. They're gonna pull you over, and they're gonna want to know what are you doing there. You're so that level of accountability is not there. It's not as easy to you just want to get out that situation. You just want to get home, but if you live in that town, you're going to make more of a fuss about it. You're going to call the sergeant, the supervisor, and, you're going to make complaints because you might have more time to do that. But in my situation, it's a long story. I'd probably have to sit down, and it'd probably take me about maybe 2 hours to tell you the whole entire story on, what actually happened.
Mm-hmm.
And what kept happening behind that situation. And that's what prevented me from, dealing with it in a further situation. And like I said earlier, I was young and I was scared, regardless if I'm 260 pounds, just pure muscle. When these cops have you in their mercy, you're scared. It doesn't matter how tough you are. It doesn't matter how strong you are or how smart you are, or, they're dictators. They're and then I'm talking about most of the ones in Idaho that I've seen. And I can tell you stories. I used to shit.
Can you
Before your
email me
story,
about
can I
it?
interrupt?
Hold on, wait just one second, Marina. Can you email me about it, Oz?
Yeah, I definitely
Okay.
can do that.
All right, that way I can, because some people have sent me some screenshots that I need to get through.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. And Heaven Stars, if you just took these screenshots, I think you need to charge your phone. I don't know if they're recent or not, but
Oh, sorry. I was just making sure you guys could hear me okay now, Scarlett.
yes, we can hear you.
LNC?
Yeah. Okay. Well, go on.
What is it, Marina?
Oh no, I'm done. I'm done. I just wanted to make sure you guys could hear me.
Oh, okay, yeah, we can hear you. Okay, hold on, I'm trying to. Okay, I was trying to answer a text back.
Oh, I did want to say something. I did want to say something. Someone
Go ahead.
mentioned, I think it was King Scarlet News. Whatever. Not whatever. Sorry, King Scarlet News. I don't mean to say that. But she said pew pew. That drives me nuts. I'm sorry. That has nothing to do with Idaho. I just the people call ammo pew pew. I don't understand it. I don't understand
Um,
it. But I
they
guess it
they
is.
they do that because there's certain words that YouTube doesn't like. So instead of saying the actual thing, they change the words.
But I've seen a little kid on a video say, "I'm gonna use my like." Oh my God, what are you freaking
Yeah,
like, Jesus?
that's because of YouTube, because it can get a channel demonetized for saying
But how is
the
YouTube getting to like a 2-year-old? I've seen like literally a 2 or 5-year-old. It was this little boy. He's like, "I'm gonna use my pew pew." Like, really, really?
That
Oh, I
terminology
just don't know how it
is
gets into a
used
5.
in video gaming, so probably that's where he gets it from. And I just like to
I
use
just,
the
I
word
just, it,
correction.
it just makes me laugh. It does make me laugh. I'm not against it. I guess it's just too much. Like, if my
tiny
son
dancer.
ever
How are
said,
you?
"Oh, I need to get my pew pew," if I need to get my pew pew out, I'm like, what? I don't know.
Yeah,
I
it's just
guess
the thing that
Scarlet, it makes sense.
yeah, it's just certain words that YouTube doesn't like. So that's the reason
Ugh,
why.
it's funny. Uh, I'll never stop laughing from that. It's just it's bizarre to me. All right, I'm gonna get off my tangent. Sorry, that was a tangent. Bye.
All right, so uh, Heaven Stars sent me these screenshots, and this is for Mr. Gonzalez of what he had said about Kaylee and her injuries. So it says Gonzalez says that his daughter's injuries definitely did not match Mogan's wounds. They may have individually died from the exact same thing, being stabbed, but there are more details he added. They're not even close to matching. The knife slashed open Kaylee's liver, lungs. The grieving father paid for a copy of his daughter's death certificate, which included some of those details in her injuries. But he doesn't, I may have these backwards. Okay, no. He doesn't know whether his daughter or Mogan were the targets. I have my own suspicions, he says. and that his daughter and Mogan were ambushed in their sleep and found in the same bed, according to the coroner. So, Heaven Stars, thank you for sending those to me. And is that the only two? Because that was the only two that I seen in there. I don't know if there was supposed to be more than those two screenshots or not. All right, y'all. Let me get back in the chat here.
Is that pretty much stipulating that he was able to view Kaylee's body?
I think he identified Kaylee and Maddie, if I'm not mistaken.
Would he be allowed to identify Maddie?
If her family give him permission to.
Okay.
Okay, hold on. I got to get back into my chat. Give me just 1 second. Betty Joe, you kind of have to take what she says on some things with a grain of salt, honestly. My personal opinion, I think she talked too much. King Scarlet, you're gonna have me laughing over here. With Scarlet, she talked way too much. I think she told like the Gonzalez's younger daughter, she told her things that should not have been said to a child. It should have been strictly left to the parents to hear, and that was it, and no one else. And to me, that was just poor taste on her part. And is anybody else's chat messing up tonight? Because mine is ridiculous. Is anybody else on panel's chat messing up for them?
I'm okay if you guys can hear me.
I haven't looked at chat at all.
Okay, because mine is
Mine's cool, I think.
okay.
I'm like playing spades on the side.
Mine's favorite Sweetie, but I think that's just because people are talking a lot, which is great. It's just,
Hey, Brad, how are you?
I have a bad habit of not reading the chat enough when I come into these panel groups. It kind of gets me sidetracked, but I should.
Yeah, and I see a couple of people in chat saying that theirs is acting up. I don't know, but it's been doing this like the last couple of nights. DTS said his chat stopped dead on him earlier. I don't know what's been up with chat, but both my StreamYard and my YouTube is.
That's probably a YouTube problem then.
One day I was
Just
watching
YouTube.
The sound went completely blank, and then I like reset. I think I was watching on my PlayStation that day, and I reset it. It came back, and your sound was on. So it wasn't anything on your end. It was just I don't know, man. I think.
Yeah, I don't know. Betty just says StreamYard's been having problems. Tonka saying YouTube has been glitching. I don't know what's up with it.
Probably the storms too.
Exactly.
Solar flares.
Oh, smart. Yeah.
Yeah, that too. Did y'all get any rain down there in Louisiana today?
No, we haven't had any rain, and it's not supposed to rain for the next like 5 or 6 days, I believe it is.
Yeah, we finally got.
Have you had any rain this summer?
Not a whole lot.
We got our first cool down today. It's been like 112 degrees here, almost like every day.
Yeah, it was
right. Same here in Maryland.
JC, yes, I believe at one time. I don't know for how long, but I do believe she did work at the Mad Greek at one time. I know that Maddie and Xana worked there. That's where they were working whenever they passed. Big Al, how are you?
Hey, how y'all doing tonight?
All right.
Hey there.
Hey, Big Al.
Was fighting insomnia again, losing.
Fighting zombies.
No,
What up?
insomnia, not zombies.
What up,
I
baby?
heard you the first time. I just had to be a mark.
Ray's got jokes tonight.
Oh, Ray's got jokes. I'm sorry. Sorry I'm late, Ray.
He's got internet
Hate to, mi-
glitches.
hate to miss your jokes.
Scarlett, Mr. Gonzalez, is he convinced that BK did this and the police have the right man?
Um, he had told me once before, me and him were talking, and he said that when we were talking about it being live streamed, he said that he hopes it is because he wants everybody to see justice being served for the four victims. Um, but then there was something else that he had came out and said, like, I don't know, 2 months ago, and some people in chat may know what I'm talking about, where he said something to the effect, and this may not be verbatim, but he said something like, I hope they got the right guy or something like that. So I
I
don't
heard you
know.
say that.
Hey, Nora's grandma, I don't know if, I don't want to say that he's having doubts because I can't speak for him. Um, but I know that a lot of people took that statement, and like I said, that may not be verbatim, but it was something to that effect. But a lot of people took that as maybe he's having doubts that they might not have the right person.
I know he said one
Yeah, and
time.
exactly. Go
I
on,
know
Riddler.
I know one time he thought that the motivation was jealousy.
Yes, he actually said that on Kaylee's birthday. Uh, that whenever he was talking with Chanley Painter, that he thought that that could be what it is.
I think he also has. I mean, obviously, he has a conscience, and it's like if BK is not the actual unaliver, you want to find somebody who actually is, and that's what's going to be kind of the downfall of it. If he's actually found innocent, and actually he is innocent in the long run, like who in the he double hockey sticks could do this? So it's a fine tooth comb in my
And
opinion.
I think Ethan's mom, I think she's being a great leader out of all the parents with all this. And I think a lot of the other parents are kind of following her lead. I think she's just trusting the process. And I noticed that every time, she doesn't speak much, but it almost seems like she's the water that tames the fire a little bit because um, I think Steve doesn't have too much trust in Moscow the police department, or he wouldn't have hired his own private investigator. Because I don't think any of the other parents did that, or to my knowledge.
Can we not come in here with the whole Kopaka thing, please? The
Yeah,
man
we
is
we beat
deceased.
that dead horse. Let's not.
I mean, he's deceased. He's not able to defend himself, so we're not going to go there. And if he is mentioned in a right type of way, please learn how to spell the man's name, please. Okay. Uh, wait, who did we just lose on panel? Oh, Marina. Okay. So the autopsy report that SG said Kaylee and Maddie were asleep when they died, then that means they wouldn't have screamed out.
Yeah, but Kaylee couldn't be playing with a dog and being asleep at the same time.
Wait, say that again?
Kaylee couldn't be playing with a dog and being asleep at the same time and saying somebody's here.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Okay, I don't know why I thought you said that completely opposite.
I did too.
That's why.
I know exactly what he said, and he said it correctly, but I heard the same thing you heard.
Oh,
Yeah, I thought he said that
100%.
she could have been asleep and playing with the dog at the same time. That's why I had to ask him to repeat it. Eat bliss, thank you. Okay, I'm just trying to
Yeah, and didn't they say she had more defensive wounds, or Kaylee had more wounds than the others? So I would
Kaylee's was. I've heard different than Maddie's, but also worse than Maddie's. So I don't. I mean, we're not going to be able to see the autopsy reports and all that. So I kind of have to go with what Mr. Gonzalez says. It's as far as stuff like that
right.
compared to what like rumors and stuff like that get brought out. Richie, have a good night and thank you for joining us.
I think no matter what, the next 2 months are going to be hell on rumors and hearsay and made up stuff and stories and until we're in the courtroom.
And actually get to hear the facts.
Or we see documents that are actually produced, that can back up some of these claims. But people are starting to already make stuff up a lot quicker than I thought they would. And I don't know. To me, if it's not in the court documents, it didn't happen.
In the
They've
court,
been making stuff up for 8 months, 9 months.
Oh, I know, but it's getting worse now because we're getting closer to the trial. There's
They'll
less and less
continue.
document flow.
They'll continue to do it even after the trial.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
That's why I say transparency cures speculation. If they were just being more transparent with the public and the people, we wouldn't have to lead to all this speculation. But
Yeah. I mean, it's one thing to speculate and give your opinions and theories on stuff, but some people will come in and just state something as a straight fact without any way to back it up. And there's some people out there that will believe it. And that's the issue that I have.
That's the problem.
Right.
so
People coming out saying that they knew the victims or they knew the surviving roommates and they have this big elaborate story that they concocted in their brain and then they get on YouTube and they put it out and it be a complete fabricated lie.
yeah, there's a special place for special people like that.
It's disgusting. Marina, have a good night. It's very disgusting. And there's some people, like I said, a lot of people don't believe it when people like that come out. And then there are some people who do believe it.
So I got a question, right? So in the PCA, if I'm correct, it states that Dylan saw him go towards the sliding door, or did it state that she saw him go out the sliding door?
Hold on. Let me get it pulled back up here because I like to read it word for word what it says.
Okay.
I just got to find it in the PCA real quick. Okay. Let's see. Let me find it. All right. So the male walked past DM as she stood in a frozen shock phase. The male walked towards the backsliding door. DM locked herself in her room after seeing the male. So it just says that he walked towards the backsliding door. Now she could have told the police that she seen him walk out the door, and they just didn't put it in the PCA.
So I'm gonna assume that let's say he walked out the door, right, the sliding back door. With the position of where her room is, if I'm correct, there's a window there. So if he would have walked left out of that sliding glass door, she probably would have saw his shadow or silhouette or even his figure walking by if he would have went to the left. Like if he would have parked up that hill in that parking lot right there. I'm thinking. But if he would have walked...
Well, it says she locked herself in the room after that.
Right, but she has a window in her room, and if she was, shocked or scared, I would think that if he goes out the door, I'm gonna look out my window and make sure he's like gone.
Yeah, because like where her bedroom window is, it's underneath the deck. So, just me logical thinking, if somebody's trying to get away and doesn't want somebody outside of the house to see them, they go out the sliding glass door and they just walk along the edge of the house and stay underneath the deck till they get to the end of it, and then they're right there in the tree line. Just go up the hill, get in their car and leave, and
Right.
there's a less chance of someone, if anyone is outside of the house at that time of the morning, are not going to see them. He would have literally walked straight by her bedroom door or her bedroom
Right.
window.
Yeah, and I'm just like, wow, she must have like instantly went and hid underneath her bed or just like stood in the corner, because I'm just trying to picture myself in that situation, and none of us would really know what we would do if we were ever
Oh,
placed
I
in that
know. I know what
situation.
I would do.
I mean, none of us really know,
Yeah.
bro, unless we're
Oh,
exactly
I do.
okay.
I do
Yeah,
too.
I
growing up
sleep.
as
I
a
sleep with a gun. I know exactly what I'd do.
Yeah, I mean,
growing up as a
Me
suspicious
too.
person, I had a machete in my hand. I was ready to hack someone's head off.
Okay,
but we
so
have to think about she's what 19 or was 19 at the time.
Right. I'm not saying what
Me,
she would do. Actually, I can only speak on what I would do.
yeah, me being at 19 and her being at 19, I was raised different than she was. Even at 19, I know what I would have done, but we don't know how she was raised. We don't know what her, you know what I'm saying? It's
so that
shit
that
like
would
that
be,
could scare her.
and the unfortunate part is like just hearing like the popular opinion of this panel, then that means that we would almost have to disregard her statement as being true, that she just stood there in a frozen shock, because all of us
No, because every person is different.
okay, but a second ago everyone was like, oh, I would have pulled out my 50 caliber and machetes and
Oh, actually, that's not what I said. I would have used the gun that I sleep with. We weren't talking about what she did. We were talking about what we would do.
I think we were talking about a little bit of both.
Well, I wasn't.
Well,
Yeah,
I
I mean,
was
I
I was
can
the one
say
that was
what
talking.
I would do.
Yeah,
I don't understand why she didn't call 911 if she was so scared that she was in a frozen shock phase and then had to lock herself in her room.
Right.
I had no clue, but if somebody was in my house, oh yeah, it'd been over with. I had
Yeah.
no clue what somebody else was going to do.
So, but let's say you're even a scared 19-year-old girl. I'm thinking that even after he goes out this door, I'm still gonna maybe look out my window and make sure that he is like gone, like, uh, so it's like we all agree that us at 19 or us at whatever age we are now, that we probably would have conducted ourselves differently. So what makes her so special? You know what I mean? Like, why would she just be froze there for 8 hours? And that just really blows my mind. Like that, just something's just missing.
Okay, Tonka, I don't know about 505 King Road, but I know 500 Queen Road is those Queen Road apartments that Enon lived in. But I don't know where 505 King would be.
Well, you got even numbers on one side, not on another.
Yeah, and they're. Let me see if I can pull that up on a map just to see if it tells me.
I would think that it would be more detailed, saying like, oh, she then watched him walk to the left and go up the hill or walk underneath the deck and then disappeared. So without that detail being there, I'm assuming that he must have went to the right.
Well, I mean, she could have told the police that they just didn't put it in the PCA.
Yeah.
Um, because that's what I was saying. Like, I have a huge issue. They're claiming that he's seen it 420 leaving at a high rate of speed, but yet they think that the murders happen between 4 and 425. Where's that extra 5 minutes coming in? But they're also talking about in that same paragraph that they, from Dylan's statements and then the downloads of Dylan and Bethany's phone, they're led to believe that that's the time frame. So maybe Dylan saw him walking towards the back door, might have looked out of her window and possibly seen him walk by, and then at the same time could have been texting Bethany or talking to Bethany on the phone or something like that and said, okay, they just left the house and I don't hear anything else, and that could have been sent at 4:25 to Bethany, and that's where they're getting maybe the extra 5 minutes. Hopefully that'll be explained in court.
I
What
thought I heard,
amazes me about that whole timeline thing is we know that it happened sometime after the DoorDash, but that's
Right.
really the only thing we know.
Well, we don't
I
know
really
for
don't
sure
know that they can say that that timeline is even correct because they can't
because
determine
we
the
don't
time
know
of
if that
death.
DoorDash was from that evening.
Wait, say that again, Ray.
We don't know that that DoorDash we see through the window in the picture was from that morning.
Oh no, we just know that
No.
DoorDash was there at a certain time. That's all.
Exactly.
That's the
Yeah.
only thing that's totally confirmed.
And that
We
Santa was
the
on
time.
TikTok at 412. Was that
Yep.
confirmed?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's confirmed. But if they can't determine the time of death, or they didn't release the time of death, or they're saying that it's possibly not able to be determined, where did they come up with the time?
I
They
don't
know it
know.
was after a certain time, but how did they put it in a certain window? Is my question. And that they have to have more to be able to do that. There's obviously stuff we don't know for them to be able to do that.
The vehicle and Dylan's statements and Dylan and Bethany's device usage. You know, I remember somebody saying that supposedly, you know, that Dylan had texted Kaylee and Maddie and like
Right, but
text messages.
that's not in writing anywhere, so we don't know that.
Yeah, that's what I said. Supposedly, somebody had said that.
Right.
We're going to find out if it's truthfully. And that might be when they get that extra 5 minutes from 20 after to 25 after.
Okay, so Tonka, when I put in 505 at King Road, where this little red pin is, this is where it says it is. Wait, what did Liza say? We are willing to go to the improbable for DM and BF, but not BK. That's not right in my opinion. One should be ejected. Okay, so Reacher was in to see the DoorDash order. Was it dropped at the door? Violet, we don't know that.
I was looking at
Scarlet,
that.
the drinking age in Idaho is 21, correct?
Yep, nationwide.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was looking at the map the other day. There's 21122 King Roads.
There's two?
Yep. That house that's on the corner right by where that red dot, now that shows up as 1122 King Road if you look at it from a Google map.
Oh, yeah, I see it on here now.
I'd hate to be a new postman in that neighborhood.
Well, they have their mailboxes are at the end of King Road, down at the corner of Taylor and King. But yeah, whenever you put in 1122, this is where it comes up at.
Yep.
But I don't know if that could be because of the house being blurred and you can't even get up the road now on the street view.
Yeah.
Two addresses can mean that there's apartments as well, or other people living there. It could be Suite A and B.
No, it's a completely different residence. It's like,
Yeah, see, this one's 1117 right here, 1108, 1106. But whenever you pull it up, damn it, it's not what I wanted. Second. But whenever you pull it up like this, see how it says?
We can't see it. It's not on
You
screen.
can't see it, Scarlet.
What the hell? Y'all, something's up with StreamYard tonight. Okay, so whenever you put in 1122, it puts the pin there instead of back here on the house.
yeah, but then even like if you zoom in on it, it will actually say 1122 on where that red dot is as well.
Yeah.
It actually
It said, yeah, right here. See how it has 1122 right there?
Yeah,
But it's actually, what was it, 1106 and 1107?
You have it where your cursor is?
Yeah, right there.
Where's the other 1122? Put your cursor on the other one.
Right here. Right there. But they're saying over here at the corner of Queen and King is 1122. So, Tonka, am I still buffered?
No, you're done buffering.
Okay.
I'm confused because I can't see your cursor.
Okay, my cursor's up here. Do you see this one?
Yep,
At the
I see
corner.
1122 there. Yep,
Okay, and then down here is the girl's house, which
yep.
is 1122.
So they're both 1122 King Road.
Yeah, because
Are
see,
you sure?
I have 1122 King Road. I have it pinned, so that address is down here. And then if I pin, see, then right here it says 1122 King Road.
Go up a little bit and click. There's 2 numbers on that house. Go up just a little bit and click again. There you go. Click right.
1108.
I think that's a Google flub.
Let's see if I click.
It's got to be a Google mistake. It has to
See,
be.
it keeps bringing up 1122 King Road, but if I go right here to the girl's house, it brings up 1122 King Road.
Yeah, it's got to be a Google mistake. Has to be.
And
Because that building that you're showing is got one roof. It can't
Yes.
have 2 addresses. It has one roof.
Well, hold on. I can go to that one on Street View. I just can't go down. See, it won't let me go down by the
Yes.
girl's house anymore.
that's
But
a
if
lot
you-
of flex.
But see, they've got this numbers blurred out. But right here it says 1108 and then 1106 right there.
Good
Well,
eye.
then it can't be 1122.
No,
it's too
it's-
far off.
Right.
So
yeah,
it's a Google mistake in maps.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay, but now if you zoom in, it's what 1110.
It's still
if I
you're talking about 12. You're talking about 12 numbers off. There's no
Oh
way.
yeah,
there's
that's
only,
what. No, because the girl's house is 1122. So
Yeah, that's
somebody's
a Google
went in
mistake.
and altered it, or Google's messed something up.
Yeah, King Road says Queen Road. 1110 says 1122. It's just all messed up.
Yeah. So the way they have it, this would be 1104. Is that what that says? Yeah, 1104. 1106 would be upstairs. 1108 would be upstairs, and then 1110 would be down here on the bottom corner.
So what is there an 1112?
No, not in
That's
this
really
building.
rare that they give apartments an actual number and not a unit number. Those must be duplexes.
All right,
They get their own
1112 is gonna be
The other one behind the King house
yeah. This oh shit.
with the camera.
Yeah, it's gonna be this one right here, and they've got it blurred out too. And you can't, like I said, on Street View, you can't even go down Queen Road anymore. Used to, you can go all the way down it to the corner right here, and you can't even do that anymore.
I was trying to when I noticed that on the map the other day, I was trying to figure out who's the owner of those apartment complexes directly in front of the King Road residence. Because when I went down to Street View, I noticed that apartment complex in the King Road house, the paint color is an exact match. Exact. Like the same exact color.
I know the guy who owned 1122 also owned 1112, and then this house right here that says 1155, where Jack D lived. I know they owned all 3 of those. The same guy did, and I want to say 1118 he also owns.
The easiest way to find out who owns it is to find out what the plot number is and go and look up the property taxes.
Yeah, I was trying to do that. I just couldn't get to that information because it's such a large apartment complex, and I couldn't get an exact address or name of that apartment complex.
You gotta get the plot number for the property.
Yeah, see, Louisiana, you can just go like to the parish tax assessor's office
Yep.
website and just type in a name or type in an address, and it pulls up who owns it.
In my county, you gotta have the plot number. But if you have the plot number, which is on their website, you just find it on the map, and you just type in the plot number, and it tells you who owns it.
Hey, GMP, how are you? The Queen Apartments, Mary, are these right here. the one that Enon lived in next to the girl's house. But that's weird though. I never noticed that about 1122. Unless it's got something to do with them blurring out that whole these two houses here. But I don't know why they would uh, go
What
in and
seems
put
weird
a
to
little.
me is usually on one side of the road you have odd numbers, and on the other side of the road you have even numbers.
Yeah, that's pretty much everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah, but that one on the corner right there has all even numbers, and then across the street it's even numbers again.
Let's see.
But is that
So
Queen or King Road?
yeah,
Well, the
okay,
building that we were just pointing at has all even numbers, and
okay.
then the girl's house has even numbers, and it's across the street. That's all I'm saying.
Well, look at these right here: 716, 720, all even numbers, and then across the road 1122, an even number.
Yeah, that's
Their
weird.
their whole thing is like
That's
messed
very
up.
strange.
Because usually it's like y'all said, even, odd, even, odd. That's, I don't know.
Well, it's like our highway system. I believe it's north-south is odd, and east-west is even.
Yes, because that's how I keep it with all the interstates. They're going east or west or north and south. See, I think that's what the explanation was last time I heard this theory. KK, I've missed what you were. Hey, Freya, how are you? Is Riddler still up here? Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
okay. I wasn't on, looking at the stream. That's what I was asking. Jen, that could be it. Jen with two N said it's probably because some are Queen Road. But I wonder why, if the girl's house is on Queen Road, which I know that the mailbox is right here, so that's why they probably all have King Road addresses. But 'cause there's a mailbox right there. But why not just give them whatever Queen Road box number, whatever? Seems like that would make more sense.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense.
Just
But
basically,
USPS doesn't always make sense.
that is true.
It'd be interesting to see a map of the original kind of like topography of that area. It probably was like in that area. It probably was originally in a farm there, probably one big ass farm. They probably just started plotting it off, and maybe that has something to do with why the addresses are even, or because where my house is in Spokane, it's in a cul-de-sac. All the addresses are even, and once upon a time, not too long ago, that used to just be one farm with one address. So when they plotted it up, I don't know, maybe that's how they do it.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. This is what it looked like in October of 2007. This is like the latest date I can go back to. Well, shit, I didn't mean to do it. So that would have been 2007. Looks nothing like that now. No.
My big
I don't.
question is, what happened to Willie? Where's Willie? Where in the world is Willie? What happened to him?
Well,
He.
Scarlett, I'm dropping a link in your back chat of the plot map that you can
Okay.
zoom into.
Okay. Thank you. Willie had sent a message to me earlier. Said he had to get up like early in the morning, so he wasn't going to. He wasn't going to be able to make it tonight.
Okay, yeah, because I just haven't seen him around in a minute. Just curious.
I'm not real sure where that house is on this map, but it is a PDF that you can zoom way into.
Okay, I can find it in like 2 seconds. Oh shit! If I can move the map, what the hell? Okay, let's see here. I can't zoom in on it. Where the hell's the zoom button at? Oh, here we go. You got
It's a
some-
PDF, so it should be your scroll wheel.
Yeah, I tried that. It didn't work.
Hmm.
Okay, but I think I got it. I just got to get it moved as I'm zooming in on it so I can see it better. Because this is like little bitty ass writing.
Yeah, I got it zoomed in pretty good on mine. But I don't know. Like I said, I don't know where on that map the house is. I never really did any location research on this one.
Here, I'll pull it up. That way everybody can see what I'm doing here. Okay. Alright, so NISP. Oh shit, I went too far over that time.
Does anybody ever remember using Thompson guides, maps?
Yeah.
Thompson books were the thing until GPS, dude.
Yeah.
Alright, NISP purse right here is where Sigma Chi's at. So Sigma Chi is going to be right in there. So the girls' house is going to be, because there's Taylor Avenue, the girls' house is going to be, hold on, let me zoom it in a little bit more. It's going to take me a minute to get it zoomed in on their house. Man, this is little.
Yeah, I tried. Mine was like too laggy or something. Like it was kind of like bogged down, so I just exited out of it.
Alright, so there's Willenton Drive, there's King Road, right. There's 500 Queen Road, so it says 1118 through 1124. It's going to be right there. Let's zoom it in a little bit more. I don't know if y'all can see that or not, but
Was that Big Al that shared that?
yes.
What are those
Alright.
names mean?
Now, why is it not pulling up the yellow little box? The damn thing was pulling up yellow boxes a minute ago. Now it's
The
not doing
names are usually a subdivision when they actually start splitting out land. Like where I grew up, it was Sapa Knolls, Greenwood, Glenwood, Apple Valley. Each little section as they plot it out and start actually calling it a subdivision, they'll give it a name.
All right, so their house would be in University Heights then, because theirs would be just right there. Well, no, wait, there's 1122. So what is this one then? This one doesn't have a name,
Right.
does it?
No.
Oh no, wait. Theirs is gonna be. Well, look, their whole thing opens up all this.
Yeah, it doesn't have a name, huh? It's kind of like open.
Now I'm gonna have to zoom back out. Damn it. Unless the name is gonna be up here. Okay. I don't like this map. It's not working. Okay. Now that I know where the house is at on there, I can just zoom out and then it's gonna be that big open. Oh, what the hell did I just do? Oh, wait. There's literally no name for it.
Yeah, that's kind of weird. All the other ones are sectioned off and have names, except that.
These right here along Taylor Avenue are not in one. The girls' house isn't. 500 Queen Road ain't. Linda Lane's not. It's all open. All down this way.
Big business.
That's weird. Plot map is showing the correct positioning of the house. Yeah, Tonka, I found it after I zoomed in. I was thinking it was in University Heights, but it's literally just like right on the edge of it. Actually, where it's showing University Heights, that line runs between the girls' house and that 1112 King Road house. But I wonder why it's not inside of a box.
I wonder if the university ultimately owns that land, and maybe that's why It's not.
Well, they own it now. When did this map come out? Do you know, Big Al?
Oh, let me see if I can take a look.
Because they were just given the house and that land like a couple of months ago. And this all up in here would be considered the university.
This just shows this is their latest one. It doesn't say when, which is very weird.
So maybe that's why. But if that's the case, then all these along Taylor Avenue would belong to the college. Okay,
Bingo.
Freya said map is January of 2014. Let me zoom out some more to see.
Now, Latah County also has it's Latah County, right?
Yes.
Yeah, they also have a parcel map, but it isn't much better. Now, if you look up the GIS map for Latah County, there's a public map that really, these maps suck compared to the ones we have in Minnesota. I got to tell you that right now. And the ones we have here are super easy.
See, in Louisiana, we have what's called it's a 640 acre. Is it called a tract? It's a 640 acre tract, and then you within that
square, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And within the 640 acre tract, you have everybody's property that you can go. So whenever you, like, if you want to buy land or whatever, you know where it's at, you just go down to the tax assessor's office for whatever parish it's in, and they'll give you the address, who owns it, what tract it's in, and everything.
Yeah, same like that here.
They got tracks out here in California too. They're all along the Delta. They go facing the Wyoming.
This one's kind of weird how they have it. Which I get, like the different neighborhoods, like University Heights, Anderson. Like I get that part, but it doesn't make any sense why those few houses and then like this whole large area isn't. It doesn't have a name for it. What it looks like everything else on this map has a name. Okay, ours are within the 640 acre tract. You have a section and all that. Township section, whatever, that you're a part of within that tract.
Here, I'm going to share my screen just so I can show you what I'm talking about, if that's all right.
Yeah, that's fine. Let me get this one down real quick. Okay.
1 second here. All right, so can you see that?
It should be bringing it up. There it goes.
Okay, so when I zoom down in on my location, my property, you can see I have 2 parcel numbers. Oh, I went one too far. I have 2 parcel numbers, and I take this parcel number or this parcel number, input it into here, and it tells me the owner and the property taxes immediately.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, see, that's how ours
2
sort of
parcels
is.
that I own. But theirs is nothing like this.
No, it doesn't. See how this is like perfectly gridded off for like the different properties?
Yeah.
It has that, but it doesn't. There's no way to tell. Let me look up their tax assessor's office.
I just lost mine. That just went poof. But you get what I'm trying to say.
Up?
No, it's fine. You get what I'm trying to say. I mean, this is just not like nothing I've ever seen in Moscow. They don't have that same GIS map where you can actually see the plot number, copy the plot number, and then just drop it in to find out what the taxes are and who owns it. Because around here, I mean, there's a lot of land that's tax delinquent.
Mm-hmm.
And people will go, oh, that's been tax delinquent 7 years. They'll go down to the county assessors, pay the taxes, put an
And
ad
then
in the
you
paper for 90 days, and bang, they own the land.
you own it. Yep.
And there's a lot of people around here that do that. I mean, I know a lot of people that have accumulated thousands of acres by doing that.
They scam people that way. They'll do the same thing.
Oh yeah, those scam
Other
people.
people still living there, owning the house, and then they realize they don't own the house anymore because someone stole it from them.
Yep, it happened to me here in Arkansas. City straight took my house, one of my other houses, and they were sending it to some address that I've never been associated with. Sending letters, and then by the time I found out about it, it was too late, and they had already tore down my house.
Yeah, you can in Louisiana. You like if somebody they don't pay their property taxes. You can go down, pay it. If you pay it for 3 years, you own the property by just paying the property taxes. Now, if you live on your property and you own the property, then you get a homestead exemption. And you don't have to pay property taxes.
Oh, that's nice.
Okay, so I got this map. Let me pull this one up. Trying to see. So this is all it shows for 1122. This little box up here just says it's an exempt property. And it was last updated August the 8th of this year. But that's all it shows.
Well, it's probably exempt now because the university owns it.
Right. But see how on this one, how they have it, like each little individual property, instead of it being like that other map, it shows the actual outline of the properties.
Yep, that's what I was looking for right there, what you just found.
And it does, and then once you click on it, that's all it brings up. It doesn't bring up anything else other than this. Well, this one does. It shows the current value and all that, but
does it pull up the okay, it even pulls up the owner too, right?
It doesn't say the owner's name.
Yeah, it does. Eagle Investment Group LLC.
Oh, okay. All right. Well,
can you look to see the owner's name of the apartment complex directly in front of the King Road house?
the one that's on Taylor Avenue?
No, the one to the left. To the left of it. Right there.
This one?
Yeah, those ones, yeah.
Okay, so they own that.
Not that one, not the one you have highlighted, but the one in front of that. You had the right, yeah.
Or the one on the corner that we were looking at.
No, closer to Taylor Road, but yeah, to the right of that one, right there, yeah.
Okay, so ANAC owns that one. Davis Marietta Trust owned that one.
Uh-huh.
Same people own that one.
Okay. All right, thank you.
So Eagle Investment Group owns this one, this one, which is the Jack D's house. Okay, so let's see. And this is just the Board of Regents that owns this one. So they had owned all of these plus the girls' house before they gave it to the college.
Eagle Investment owns quite a bit of property in that heavy student area. I wonder what their story is.
I've heard a lot of different stories about the people that own all those properties.
I'm looking into them right now.
Well, while Scarlett's clicking around, some people should be clicking like, because there's a lot of people in here and not enough likes. So take a second and click the thumbs up, folks.
Heaven Stars, it's in one of the press releases. If you go to the Moscow Police Department's website, and then here, let me just grab the link. It'll be easier to do that. Now, I don't remember what day it was on in the press release. their website is like slow too. Okay. All right. Heaven Stars. There's the link. And if you just click on the different news releases that they have on there, it says it in one of them about the girls. I want to say probably closer to November the 13th. It tells about that they were out in the community separately, but then they returned home at 1 o'clock. Because I even said like a long time ago that it's kind of weird how they were out in the community separately, but then they both ended up back home at 1 o'clock around the same time. An Airbnb in it's from a super nice area. Found this you nearby. What state is that in, Max?
Have we ever got any more or received any more information on that mysterious black Jeep, large vehicle,
Uh-uh.
that back parking lot? About what was it, 4:30? You see somebody jumping in.
Someone said, and I haven't went back and looked, but they said, I believe it was at 6 a.m. that morning. If you watch the Linda Lane footage, that the Jeep comes back and parks. And I don't remember who it was that told me that, but it was somebody in chat one night. And I just, like I said, I never went back and looked to see exactly what time it came back or if it was the same vehicle or anything like that. Freya says it comes back around 6:30.
I mean, is that vehicle, certainly by now someone would have told us that vehicle's a resident of that dwelling.
I, yeah, but I haven't, other than it just, showing up or leaving on the video, I haven't heard anything else about it. Both the 500 addresses on Queen Road, both on, hold on, Tonka. Let me go back to it. I believe they were. Uh, yeah, 500 Queen LLC is the name of the property owners. So I know at one time the girl's house was like 1122 King LLC. Jack's was whatever his address, King LLC. Uh, Kind of the way that the 500 Queen Road Apartments is listed is how they had them listed. Like each little address was their own LLC. But now it has it all on them as the same, and then 500 Queen Road is just 500 Queen LLC. But that both of those buildings, though, also Tonka, I believe they're the same set of apartments, just different. Like there's instead of us, because I've always thought it was just the two buildings, but it could be just the three buildings. I need to bookmark this too. But yeah, Riddler, I haven't heard anything else about it. As far as like the black Jeep or whatever. I was kind of hoping that somebody maybe from that area would come out and say, oh, that Jeep is a residence of some of the apartments around there. But
Yeah, I would have thought someone would be hitting on that quite heavy, to be honest, because of
right.
all the things we've seen, that's really more bizarre than this other stuff they keep focusing in on.
I don't know. I was looking into that Eagle Investment Group LLC, and the name
Uh,
Vivian Rodriguez kept popping up with that property or that company. And I don't know if it was her, but from a Google image search, she looks like somebody that might have played in like Queen of the South. But yeah, there wasn't too much information on them, but I did do my looking.
okay. See like this in the but each Uh, Laza says I never thought about it like this, but then BF and DM alibi each other. I never thought of it like that either, Laza.
Eagle Investments LLC was formed in the year 2000, and their listing agent with the Idaho Department of Commerce is Brad Bauer.
Brad Bauer.
Yep.
Dude, I just read that name today in an article about that cop. That got killed when 4 people got killed in Moscow 15 years ago. He was one of the people that died that got killed by the shooter. It was a cop, the Brad Bauer, the shooter's wife, and himself. And like I said, the phone call came in at 11:22 p.m. too. That's kind of weird. But yeah, no, I just read that name today. Let me pull it up and make sure I'm not tripping. Lee.
And I'm trying to think because when this was brought up a while back about who owned those properties, it was the same person or the same LLC or whatever that owned all of them, but it was a different name. And now I can't remember what the guy's name is.
Right, it was like somebody out of Colorado or something. I thought. Originally.
Yes. Oh shit! And I don't want to say the guy's name on here, but it was. I've got it wrote down in one of my notebooks. Hey Astro, how are you?
Oh, okay. His name was Paul Bauer. Is the name Bauer? The last name is it Bauer?
No, Bower.
Okay. So yeah, one of the victims in that crime in Moscow, Idaho, where 4 people died.
And I'm looking at their filings all the way back to 2000. It shows him being the original investor and the original registrar for the whole time. So, interesting tidbit.
Yeah, there's some weird shit going on up there with these different. Which I get, like their college housing, I guess you could say off-campus housing. So I kind of get why they have them in LLCs.
Well, it's an ironclad investment. If you buy a college,
right?
Housing it ain't gonna go out of style. You gotta have somewhere to put the kids. That's why there's so many slumlords in Minnesota around the colleges. I mean, the place that I lived, both the places I lived were slums.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, under any other circumstances, they probably would have been condemned.
Oh yeah, they just probably
they were total shitholes. I mean, there's no way to make it even nice. I mean, they were dumps.
Think about it. You have just for the school year, 9 months. You have these college kids who are living there who probably don't clean up after themselves half the time. They're constantly partying. They're probably going to tear shit up. It's cheaper for the landlords once they move out and the landlord's going and fix it during the summer. It's just the cheapest material to get to fix the house, basically right up just enough for it to pass an inspection if it needs to, and then it repeats itself the next school year.
Yep. You can see it every year after the kids move out. All the trash goes to the curb. Mm-hmm. They get rid of all the trash, and then the dumpsters come in and they start cleaning shit out and redoing stuff.
I mean, do you remember whenever it was, I can't remember if it was the Thanksgiving break in Moscow or if it was Christmas. Right around the time that all these college kids were also leaving from Moscow when the murders happened, all the dumpsters out there and everywhere you looked on camera, they were completely full.
Oh, yeah.
And then they had all the trash on the ground, too.
Yeah, especially on Taylor.
Mm-hmm. Right there in them apartments on Taylor where the cop was stopped at.
Yep.
Those right there, you could see them. It was all on King Road. All of them were full.
If you that link that I just left there, if you just wanted to skim through it, I think there's some pretty interesting information in there if you ever have a chance to look at it. And that's for anybody in the panel. But like I said, the main thing that caught my eye was the paragraph where it says, well, the title says 4 died in attack last year in Idaho. And then it says, armed with 2 rifles, Hamilton drove to the First Presbyterian Church in Moscow. He broke into the church and went to where the doors faced the Latah County Sheriff's Office. At 11:22 p.m., dispatchers in the sheriff's office came under fire with bullets striking inside their office. Hamilton fired 102 rounds into the sheriff's office.
Hold on, I gotta answer something back real quick. Okay, go ahead and answer a text back. For some reason, when I'm live, everybody starts texting me. And y'all, both of us still has not answered me back. I don't know what's up with her.
Yeah, I like her perspective, how she looks at things. I like her.
Yeah, she's usually on top of things as far as like documents and all that.
Yeah.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna be ending it in like 5 minutes, so y'all try to get those last minutes likes in.
Yeah, looks like it's about to start storming here. Keep hearing
We would get some rain. We ain't gonna get no rain. It seems like forever.
I hope you get some, because I was glad to get some today. It was nice having a 88-degree day today, which felt cool to us. It's probably normal to everyone else in the nation, but to go from like 110 to 88 was really nice.
Yeah, I'm looking at the radar now. It's literally where I'm at gonna miss us completely. It disappears as it gets close to where I live at.
You have a farm too, don't you, Scarlett?
Not really a farm. Just we have like a couple of animals and stuff like that here. I guess you could say like a hobby farm. I guess nothing huge. My kids love animals. I love animals. Troll loves animals. So it's and plus all the gardens and all that. So I guess you could say like a miniature farm.
Well, it's been raining about twice a day here, but today was the first day we haven't had rain so long.
Yeah, we need it bad.
Yeah, we need it bad here too, because even all the leaves are starting to fall off the trees, and it's not even it's not fall time yet.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we have to mow the grass once a week here because it'll come up to your knees quick.
Oh, my grass is dead. it's like it's brown. I have
You have
no
crunchy
green
grass?
Yes, that's what it is. Crunchy grass.
We get that when it doesn't rain here. It gets crunchy and you can't walk in it barefoot at all.
Uh-huh. It's just like Mike. Thank you so much for that super sticker. That was very nice of you. Thank you. Yeah. Usually when it starts warming up, you get what we call stickers in our yard. So you kind of have to let the grass grow up a little bit to kind of smother them out. Now it's like walking on stickers. Yeah. Thoughts, you have a channel, right?
I just my channel is mostly for my music. I'm gonna create a separate channel now that I'm more involved in true crime. Not even true crime, but just bringing justice to the Idaho for it. That's my whole purpose of being here. I'm not here to solve every case or to get heavily involved. But my channel is specifically for music mostly. So
okay, Sweet Melissa in chat was asking if you had one.
Well, she can subscribe to mine, but it's just for music though. Well, I'm going to get off. I know you're about to get on down too. I'm going to go outside and enjoy this storm.
Yeah, enjoy it. Send it my way.
Okay.
I need it bad.
I'll go out there.
All right. Well, thank you for coming up.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me, and thank you to the panel, and thank you to your wonderful, wonderful viewers, man. You got the best viewers out there. And if I could hit the like button again, I would, but I've already hit it once.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
And don't die, 509. You have a good night too, bro. At 509 Spokane. All right, y'all.
Real quick, Scarlett. Being that, at least in my opinion, it seems that there's a disconnect between the state and Bethany. Do you think the state's going to bring Bethany up as a witness?
Mm, I want to say yeah, but I want to say no.
Yeah, see, I lean more. I'm 60% no, 40% yeah.
I don't think they are just because they know that Ann Taylor wants to cross examine her. For whatever reason that Ann wants to speak to her. I think that's why
Yeah,
I'm
but if
leaning
she doesn't
towards
get her
no.
in cross, then she's going to call her up anyway.
Yeah, that's
She's
also
going to be
true.
on the stand. Guarantee. I would bet I'm 100% on that.
Yeah,
At some point,
because
she will be on the stand.
there's some reason Ann wants to talk to her, and so I don't know. I don't know if the state's going to put her on the stand, but I would say 100% Ann would if the state doesn't. Y'all, my chat. This is getting irritating when I'm trying to read comments and my chat freezes.
I had to close mine like twice.
Yeah, this is.
It was jumping from live to top, and then it was overlaying comments on top of other comments, so I couldn't
Yes,
read either one.
I've had that problem too. Or somebody puts the not the like the actual regular emojis, but the ones like that you not the member emojis, but like the kind that YouTube gives you. If somebody puts those in chat, it stacks them on top of each, or it stacks
Yep.
like the actual emoji, but then the word of what the emoji is on top of them. It's kind of annoying.
Yeah, I don't know what changes they're making, but they're doing something.
Tonka says she gets booted from stream constantly. I don't know what's up with it. Hopefully they'll get it fixed here soon because, like I said, StreamYard has been doing the same thing as YouTube chat. It sticks, and then I'll be looking at it while it's stuck and go to read a comment, and then it starts rolling, and then I lose it, and I can't go up far enough on the chat to find it.
Well, one thing you need to do is make a Rumble channel, and you need to start
Yeah, I know.
broadcasting to both because it doesn't cost anything extra.
Yep. I think I did one. I just got to remember my logins because I didn't write them down. Hey, bullets. So I'm gonna have to get the logins for it.
There's a lot of people making the move over to that platform.
Yep. I need to.
A
Hey,
lot of
Queen.
people.
Yep. I'm gonna have to look into it and get it started. Oh, let me grab Boz's link real
I was
quick while
reading.
he's checking
I was
chat.
reading something today about YouTube's monetization like dropping through the floor.
Oh, really?
Yeah, people are seeing like smaller and smaller checks, bigger creators, and they're freaking out because how they can afford that new Porsche GT3 if they don't get the giant check?
All right. Here's the link to Boz's channel, y'all. I had to wait for him to comment in the chat before I could find it because I want to make sure it was the right one. I got to get out of here. I got to get up in the morning at like 8 o'clock. So I can take my aunt to the big city.
Oh no!
Oh yeah, it's gonna be complete fun.
I went to the city last week. I'm not going again until next year.
Well, I wouldn't be going back because she don't have anybody to drive her, so that's what I would. The Queen, you're very welcome.
Tonka, you're 100% correct. I've read like 6 things today about that.
About the algorithm.
Yep, they're changing something.
Does YouTube still give out the plaques for so many subscribers? And
yeah, I think it's 100K, 500K, and 1 million.
Yeah, something like that. Astro, have a good night. But if I am mistaken, once you hit like 100,000, don't you have to request the plaque? They don't just automatically send it to you.
I believe you have to request it.
Because I remember there was a homestead channel that I watched, and they had they made it to 100,000, and they did their request, but it was like 130,000 subs that they had before YouTube finally sent it to them. Which I kind of understand because I don't know if they would have a whole lot of requests coming in at the same time, but Callie, have a good night. But it took them, seems like forever, they said, to get the plaque in.
Well, during COVID and 2021, there were a lot of channels that way took off because everybody was in front of their TV and their computer. And I do know their algorithms forcing a lot of smaller channels because I see it every day. Stuff that I have zero interest in, like, pops up on my screen, and I go, "Where did that come from?"
Yeah, because whenever I said that, I heard Troll behind me go, "Mm-hmm." So he must have. He's heard about it too.
Big Al, is that a Rottweiler on your shoulder?
Yes, sir. That is my boy that I got at the beginning of a hurricane, and when I was living in Florida, the breeder actually had to evacuate, so we got him at 5 weeks instead of 8.
Melissa, you're very welcome.
Which hurricane was that? Do you remember?
God, I don't even remember which one it was.
I know.
It was one of the 4 that I lived there through. It was right after Katrina.
We were called the plywood.
It was the first one that hit Florida after Katrina.
We were called the plywood state.
Oh, God. I'll never forget it.
So many hurricanes in 2005.
I don't even remember which one came after. Well, in Louisiana, it was Rita. That's the only 2 that I remember from that year.
I think we had Charlie, and I forgot all Wilma.
Because I remember when Rita hit, we were out on our front porch barbecuing as the hurricane was going through because we didn't have any power.
Well, when I moved to Florida, I wasn't from Florida, but the girl that I was with at the time was raised there. So she got a hell of a kick out of watching me like, oh, there's a hurricane coming. Of course, I freaked out. You know, I'm buying cases of water and food and all this other shit. And she's like, all you need is booze and cigarettes on. We have hurricane parties here. It's no big deal.
Kind of like people in the South when they hear the word snow on the Weather Channel. Everybody starts freaking out and buys all the gas and all the water out of the grocery store.
Yeah. It's yeah. King Scarlet, he passed away in 2016.
So just to remind me, when's our next court appearance?
August 18th.
Gosh.
10 days, brother.
Yep.
10 days of speculation and craziness.
Yeah, lies and rumors.
Well, you know, there's got to be documents that are going to drop between now and then. I have to think so.
I mean, I would have thought that the state would have then responded to some of the defensive stuff, but I'm thinking maybe they're going to wait until the 18th and possibly bring it up.
Do they have to respond?
I don't think they have to respond, but I think that they're just going to wait until they're in court and bring it up at that time.
I mean, that last novel, how the hell do you even respond to that?
True.
You know, well, when the Quakers had Thanksgiving with the Indians, they didn't intend for turkey to be the main course. You know,
the one I am surprised the state has not responded to: total lack of DNA.
They haven't said a word about it.
Nope.
No.
They haven't rebutted that at all. They didn't even come out and say, okay, that's a complete lie, that we have other evidence. Nothing. There's like crickets on that.
They could have said, better yet, they could have said that evidence has been handed over to her.
Yep.
Is she saying that we haven't turned the evidence from the car? But they haven't said a word. That's why I'm thinking all they got is that touch DNA upstairs. What's in that PCA is what I'm thinking is all they got.
Well,
they might have a few more footprints or something like that, or a smudge here or there.
Handprints on the wall, or
oh shit!
Yeah, we're at the mercy of that PCA right now. It sucks.
And what gets me is the unknown DNA, and everybody, but they're not focusing real hard where do they test for that DNA? Mostly they didn't test the entire house. They came up with 200 DNAs.
Oh, there would have been way more than that.
I
Yeah.
think they
DNA on
have.
every wall, every doorknob, every handle.
I think
everywhere.
I think they have like all of those DNAs. I think it's just there was 3 out of all the DNAs that was found in the house that was unidentified.
I mean,
Yeah,
can you
but what I'm
imagine the
saying is,
DNA?
where was that DNA they tested?
Can you
Just
Because once
imagine the
again, they
DNA
didn't
just on
test.
the refrigerator handle?
yeah, doorknobs. Yeah,
Okay, so if they did every doorknob, how many DNAs are they going to pick up off of there?
God,
And they
probably a lot.
don't have everybody's DNA on file that partied in the house that night or the night before. There's no telling who's all been in that house.
That is true.
Good Lord, I couldn't believe it. Of course, they could be lying, but the owners aren't. There's nobody here. Just we all partied. The owners all went to another party.
You know what matters? Not the number of DNA profiles found in the house, but when were they left in the house? You know?
Yep.
And see, they could go back 6 weeks on that.
I mean, if it shows up on a surface they tested, it could have been there for a year. You
So
never know.
that leaves me to believe that unknown DNA is in a crucial area within arm's reach of where the victims are.
I would agree with that, Riddler.
Yeah.
I would say it'd have to matter, otherwise why bring it up?
Right. And I'm trying to find Riddler when you mentioned about them turning over the stuff to the defense on the car. I remember writing it down what day it was that the state had responded to that and said that they had turned over all the car stuff. I want to say it was in May that they said that they had turned it over to the defense. I just don't, in my 103,000 notebooks, I don't know which one it was, but I did write it down somewhere.
And for people who are saying, they're going to find a hair or a red spot somewhere in that vehicle. Well, now they didn't find it. Does that mean now that proves, if you find it in there, that proves he's guilty? If you don't find it, does that prove he's not guilty? Because a lot of people were basing their whole trial on that car having DNA in it.
What was it? That was a rolling crime scene, is what someone had said.
Yeah, I think that was the exact words of the rolling crime scene.
That car, when they were talking about when he was going to Pennsylvania, that car was a rolling crime scene. Is what was said. Oh, this is all Lori Bellows shit in this notebook.
Scarlett, we need to get you a copy of Microsoft Access so you can database all this stuff.
I have to write everything down or I don't remember it.
But if you put it in Access, you'd have it at your fingertips.
Well, then that's twice the work.
Too easy?
Twice the work. I have to write it down and now I have to put it in this program.
You just type it in. You don't write it down.
I know I wrote it down somewhere that the day that they claimed that they turned everything over to the state regarding the car. I just don't remember.
And is that CAS system going to show him inside that house?
If it does, he's done. There's
right.
no way. I mean, the only other thing he could come out and say is that my phone was stolen and I didn't report it stolen. You know what I mean?
Well, we know his phone wasn't stolen because he had it.
Right. So, you know.
Hey, here's my thing about the whole cast thing and everybody putting so much weight on that. LE is not going to completely tip their hat to the world what their capabilities are. No. Especially the FBI. They do not want bad guys knowing what they can do, which is why, we've all been talking about Stingray. They bury that as quick as they can whenever that comes up. Anywhere, in any case, they bury that shit. They don't want people to know they have that capability. They also don't want them to know that they have aerial Stingray that are in airplanes that fly in circles over cities and just grab cell phone conversations and information. It happens all the time.
Dude, Troll's got jokes tonight.
Troll does.
She writes it down and then she can't remember where she wrote it down. Yes, okay. I wrote it down in a notebook. I'm sitting here. I done went through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I done went through 6 notebooks, and I don't know which one it's in. I remember writing it down and talking about it.
So if the car doesn't have DNA in it, the caste system can't put them in the house. The touch DNA is going to be their biggest ace in the deck.
But is that touch DNA? I mean, that just
Yes, touch DNA.
it's just that touch DNA doesn't put you at a crime scene. So I
And,
mean,
and I'm just hypothetically thinking here. What if there's other DNA on that knife sheath?
like other people's.
Yeah, other people's DNA on that knife sheath.
I would be pissed if I was Bryan Kohberger.
Because what I'm saying is, I mean, it could be the people at the factory. That's happened before too.
Mm-hmm.
All you need is a mountain of circumstantial evidence to put somebody away. I mean, you might not get a DP conviction, but you can put them away forever and a day.
Well, I'm gonna say if they get a conviction on this guy, which I believe they will, they're gonna get the DP also.
You think so?
Yeah.
No matter what.
No matter what, yeah, if we can convince that he's guilty of M1, he'll get the DP. Only thing that would stop that then would be either a conscience or religious belief.
Well, maybe. I know there's a lot of people that don't believe in it.
Well, if you only take out one person, I can understand it, but when you take out 4,
Yep. No, I agree 100%.
yeah, you got to go.
Or a child.
Yep, or a child.
Yeah.
I think that the whole pedo thing, they need to revisit the idea of using the DP in those cases when it's egregious for these sickos that make videos, or they're caught red-handed without a doubt, brutalizing a child. They should just get a rope, in my opinion.
The Keegan Klein dude, that they thought had something to do with the Delphi murders or whatever, he got like 40-something years for the pictures that he had.
Yep.
Why not give that dude life?
Yep, I agree.
You know what I'm saying?
We don't do enough in this country to protect our children, period.
If you're caught with any type of thing that has to do with a child, sweet misery, you shouldn't even get a plea bargain.
Nope, I agree. If there's video evidence that you were involved or created the video or just anything
in
like that,
possession of it, you should get automatic life if you are convicted, and you should not be eligible for any type of plea bargain.
But I like the idea of just using the DP in that situation as well, because why should we as a society, in my opinion, continue to have someone sucking air that should be eating dirt?
Yeah, and no appeals.
If you have that much of a disregard for a child's life,
yep,
or their well-being, then we don't need you here, in my opinion.
I agree. Christy, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Hello again.
How are you?
I'm great. So, did you find out why Lori's not getting the death penalty here?
No, I actually haven't looked any more into it.
It's because our governor has halted all death penalty because she says it's inhumane and she needs to research other ways.
Wait, were you the one that told me that?
I don't know. I didn't know if I told you or not.
It seems like somebody told me that after I brought it up, because I remember telling you that I had found it. Mm-hmm. And then you said you were live, you would look at it later. But I remember talking about it one night, and I remember somebody mentioning about the governor, but I can't remember if it was you or not.
Which state is that?
Arizona.
How they do it there, lethal injection?
I think so.
I think that's all that's left.
And you know what's crazy is that they just executed someone right before she was voted into office. I don't know, but I just wanted to, I didn't know if you knew or not. So I wanted to let you know because I was looking it up because I was pretty peed off.
Yeah, you might, because I do remember that being said now, and you might have been the one that told me that.
Well, you
I
know my memory, so.
Yeah, well, mine's just as bad. So I didn't write it down. So
I was scared I was going to forget by the time I left the chat and came up here.
KK, it's automatic 99 years now in Louisiana.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm
that's
pretty.
all I wanted to say. I'll drop down now and be in chat. Bye.
All right, have a good night.
You
I'm
too.
really upset that giant fentanyl bust that we just had here with like
Uh
15,000 pills, and those guys had like 4 pounds of cocaine and yada yada yada, a bunch of pew pews.
huh.
They're both out of jail.
Here, the governor just passed a law. I think it took effect August the 1st. If you get caught selling it, automatic 99 years.
I, s- I don't know what's going on in Minnesota. I can't believe those two guys are out of jail. But I wrote a letter to the sheriff today saying I want an explanation why those guys are in jail.
Yeah, because y'all remember I had said something the other day about there was like somebody brought up some new laws that was passed in their state, and I said I know there was like three I think in Louisiana, but I don't remember what they were. Well, that was one of them.
Our attorney general's been filmed and has commented that he is a socialist. So Keith
Yeah.
Ellison in the state of Minnesota is not good for a crime-free place to live.
Tiny
GG.
Dancer says that in the Carolina, I don't know if it's north or south. I'm gonna assume south. They brought back the firing squad.
Hmm. I mean, a lot of states may start bringing it back. Yeah, Gigi done found ice cream and it's over, she said.
Tonka said she wanted the DP to come back to Alaska. I've read a lot of stories about how crazy the crime is in Alaska for per capita. That's nuts.
Yeah, and there's not a
There's
whole
a
lot of
lot of
people.
crime there.
Yeah. KK, yes, I agree. And I can't remember what the other two new laws that took effect were, but I do remember that one. Did she King Scarlet? Let me see if I can pull her up in chat. And I can still pull her name up in chat, so she may just be listening.
Globug, you're right. He is a joke. I've actually spoken to him on the phone, and he personally threatened me. So yeah, he is a joke.
Oh, hold on, Renee. I'm sorry. Renee wanted me to show her dog that I showed the other night. Hold on just 1 second. Let me grab it real quick before we end it. Yes, there it is, KK.
Love it. Absolutely love it.
That's like the cutest little dog. Sweet
Bulldog.
Misery, me too, because Edward said that he wasn't going to sign that in. Uh, Renee, what kind of dog is this? It looks like a pit bull, but
It's kind of like the American pit bull.
she's very cute. That's the only kind of dog I own. It's a pit bull. Mine is 65 pounds of cuddly, very loving. Like, that's all he does is sleep and wants to cuddle.
My dog was a lover too until the guy tried to come through our window one night.
Yeah, mine, I've only heard Klaus. We've had him since 2016, 2017. And I've heard him bark one time to the point where, like, you thought somebody was really outside. And that's only because he saw Troll was in the backyard and walked by the back window. And he didn't know that he was outside. And he saw, like, the shadow. You know, when you walk by a window, like your shadow will go up on your ceiling. And he saw that. And he jumped up, went to barking. And then once he realized it was Troll in the backyard, he was good. Sleep, Misery. Have a good night.
Scarlett, I'm going to jump off from here and head to bed. Thank you for having me on. It's been a privilege.
Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for coming up.
Enjoyed everyone's input. Like I said, you always learn something on these channels.
Oh, for sure.
So, will you be
Have a
on
good night,
tomorrow night?
boss.
Yeah, I've got to go to Shreveport tomorrow, but well, I got to be there at 12:30. I should be back in time to get a live together. So yeah, I should be here.
Okay, I'll look forward to it. Good night,
Okay.
Big Al. Good night, Ray.
Okay, Glowbug. Sweet Melissa, I might as well pull an all nighter. I'm gonna have to do it one night, y'all. I have to catch up on some sleep and then try to do one.
We need to do one of those on your other channel soon to talk about other stuff that's going on.
Yes, we need to do that too.
We really do.
Meta, that's what I have. That's what Klaus is. He's a blue pit bull. Yeah, I need to start working on the other channel. Chi Chi, I love you too, honey. Hope you have a good night.
Well, thanks for making room for me at the last minute.
Oh, you're welcome.
And you all have a good night. And thanks
All
again to everybody who voted. We definitely haven't heard anything about placing in any of the categories. So,
right. And did you see the video that Vapor did? I pinned the link to the top of the chat. He did for Kylie.
no, I have not.
Okay, I pinned it up because he kept like trying to drop it in the chat, so I just pinned it up there. He did it for like the 1 night or the 1 year anniversary of her missing or whatever.
Right on.
So if anybody else in chat hasn't seen it, the link is still pinned at the top. Renee, have a good night. I miss the all-nighters we used to have. Tonka, I promised one night I'll have to catch up on some sleep and then I'll pull an all-nighter with y'all. If y'all want to stick with me one night, we'll do it. I just got to get like a 6-pack of Red Bulls, a couple packs of gummy bears, and about 3 good nights of sleep. And I should be good to go. All right, let me check Glowbug's thing real quick. Her email, she sent me a picture. 1 second, y'all, before yes, Glowbug, I got it. Is it of a cat, Glowbug? Oh, is it not? Oh, is it of the dog, the Dr. Pepper bottle? Is that it? Yeah, Renee, I'm fixing to pull it up. I just want to make sure that this is. Well, wait, I'm going to have to. I got to screenshot it because it shows her real name. Give me just 1 second. Hold on. I don't want to pull it up with her real name on here. All right. All right, Glowbug, I did a screenshot of it because I don't want to pull it up and your full real name is on here. All right, y'all, here we go. This is too cute. I don't know if y'all can see that. He is like all snuggled up in his blanket with his Dr. Pepper bottle. Betty Joe, I will do it one night. We'll have to figure out a good night. King Scarlet, I gotta have my gummy bears. You know that. Gummy bears are like life. Gummy bears and Red Bulls. Just ask Summer. She'll vouch for it. Her name is Peanut. She's a red-nosed pit bull, and that's her Pennywise blanket. That is too cute. I had to find some of Klaus. Klaus is not very photogenic. King Scarlet, it's Renee. Renate in chat. No, I'm sorry, shit. It Glowbug. Renee's was the puppy before that. Well, see, Summer, if I pull an all nighter, everybody in chat will have to get some Red Bulls and some gummy bears, and we'll just have a Red Bull gummy bear party one night and just talk about whatever. I need to put a crap ton on my Amazon wish list. Renee, I'll work on it. I promise. Glowbug, she is too cute. Swedish Fish and Dr. Pepper. Swedish Fish is okay. I just can't go Dr. Pepper. All right, y'all. I'm about to get out of here. Yes, from the dollar store. See, Summer, you done got it now. Like the best snack ever. How many milligrams? What, Brad? Heaven Stars, thank you so much for that super chat. She says, good night. I love you guys. Heaven Stars, we love you too. Thank you. Oh, no, Brad, we're talking about gummy bears like you buy. That kind of gummies. No, we're talking about the gummy bears that you can buy from the dollar store in the blue pack. All right, Ray, are you still up here? Okay, he must have fell off. It's just showing him up here. Betty Joe, have a good night. See, I will have my coffee. All right. Well, we will. I'll figure out a night when I'm not going to be doing anything, like the next day, and we'll do it maybe on a Saturday night or something like that. KK. KK, you can buy gummies here. You can get them at like different vape shops and gas stations, all that. Summer, have a good night. All right, y'all. I'm about to get out of here. I love you all. I hope you all have a wonderful night. Sally, maybe you're still in here. Thank you so much for gifting those memberships. Thanks to everyone who donated through super stickers or super chats. I love you all, and I will see y'all later.